All right. My check, my check. Damn check. What is up, y'all? I got some new lighting, which actually might seem to be a little more dim than I would like. So I might have to put like a brighter bulb in there.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Yeah, I might do a brighter bulb. What is up, y'all? Who's that? What with this with the sub 7 months in a row? I might be able to like fix that with some clever use of filters here. Wait a minute. I think I do have my gamma at like -25, so maybe I can put it up. Maybe I can do 0 now. I don't know. I'm feeling that. Like it's less bright for me, so it's not like so much in my face, but at the same time, it's like I don't think I'm getting enough light. So I might have to hmm. That's rough. All right, I'm gonna have to probably get another bulb in a second. What's the Andario's build all about? Poison? Yep, pretty much. You scale the proc to do insane amounts of damage. That's kind of the main thing. But what up, chat? Actually, where's my YouTube chat? So I think it went away. There's Pablo. What's going on? Tone Dust. So we got actually quite a bit to talk about. There's been some data mine, which generally speaking, like on Maxroll, we generally don't do because data mine is a very dangerous territory in a sense where like I mean you don't really get in trouble for it per se, but it's kind of like Blizzard doesn't like when you do stuff like that. So we try to follow the rules, quote unquote. Not to mention that sometimes data mine stuff may not actually end up making it in the actual like servers and stuff. It could just be like older information that they were testing and then chose not to use, and so it can deceive people at the end of the day, which is why we don't do that on Maxroll. However, Wildhead decided to, or tends to, not care about any of that and decides to, give us all the juicy insights. So we're gonna actually look at that because there's some interesting things in here that if it makes it through would be absolutely bonkers. Um, but I think I do need to get me another light bulb though. So if you guys would give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Move it closer. Does that fix the problem? No, not really. Still have to be brighter. All right. Be right back. All right, that's actually a little brighter. Guess that'll work. So like the light's not directly in my face, which kind of makes things a little better on my end. But I might not be illuminating as much as I would normally would. So there is that. Sorry, it seems like I'm being finicky about it, but I wanna look good, if y'all don't mind. Also, this song. Let's see, change that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, okay. We can work with that. Solid lighting, yeah. I'm trying. But yeah, so like the less I can get it out of my face, the less fatigue I become over the course of a stream or whatnot. So that's kind of why. But anyhow, who was it gonna look at? Who was it? Press? What's up, Press? You said something about you losing out with damage to close instead of crowd control. Well, yeah, of course you are, because crowd control damage scales off your close quarters combat key passive, whereas close damage does not. So that's why. I mean, close damage is not bad, but it's nowhere near as good as like damage versus crowd controlled. An ETA for PTR yet? It's always around noon or after noon their time. So look between. Let's see, what time is it right now? 11:30 p.m. I would say between 12 to 18 hours from now, somewhere around that time. All right. Looks like the lighting's pretty good, so we'll skip with that. But yeah, we're gonna have to go over some of the changes and stuff that they're thinking about doing. Again, we don't even know if these things are actually gonna make it to the live thing, but I'm actually pretty curious to find out where the PTR datamine. It's on Wowhead. So we're about to pull it up right now though. Yeah. Yeah, chat. Here we go. All right. You felt overwhelmed with the numbers then. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Jesus, PST. Yeah, I'd rather not say PST. I'd rather just kind of give them like an hour frame. Like, I know what you mean. So like when I say like between 12 to 18 hours from now, like that's for anybody's time, right? They don't, so therefore they don't have to convert. Because when I say PST time or when I say their time, it's like, you know, what do you mean? What's their time? Because right now it's like 8:30 p.m. for Blizzard, right? But big dread was going on when ladder's coming back. What do you mean ladder is coming back? The game has only had the gauntlet leaderboard, right? So that's the only ladder technically. Yeah, I mean that's kind of it. What do you mean by that? Before reading what's in your mind for a build? Well, I mean, a bunch of things actually. So it's not just one build. I actually did some mock-ups for PTR planners for tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to go back through them again after reading some of these datamine things. But again, as I'm kind of going through datamine stuff, understand that this is datamine and not everything we see is going to actually make it live, or well, even PTR in a sense. So obviously I'm not interested in anything other class related besides Rogue. And I already went through the whole spiel, Dread, about why we don't tend to do these things. Because I was almost like 1,000% sure I was gonna get asked that question. I'm actually have to Throw in some more color there. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I've already seen all these already. What's interesting here is that they didn't finish this one apparently. So there's something coming with the repeating aspect. We just don't know, or maybe they were thinking about something with the repeating aspect, but it just didn't make it in. Now I know the devs teased. Oh, whoops. I know the devs teased, or Adam Jackson teased the idea of repeating actually getting the exploding nature, the explodey part of Scoundrel's Kiss. It was supposed to, or they said that they're playing around with the idea of that. So very possible that this could be something along that those lines there. Grandfather buff is interesting. Is this 100% more damage? Is PTR alive in Europe? No. PTR drops all at the same time for everybody. All right, so what we got here? So we know about all this stuff. So then this isn't new. Zero Storms is not new. It's not new. Well, other stuff is here. So I don't know what this is. What is this? Two-hand weapon power increased by 100%. So like, I wonder where this is going. So like, anything that's green means that there's a buff or a something going on something. We just don't know what the value or the power is. But apparently, something on Rogue is getting a 100% power increase on the two-hander. So we're looking at either a possibly a unique. No, it means aspect music on the side. Okay, that's right. That's right. That's right. Actually, no, you're right. You're right. Maybe I was looking at that wrong. So where's the amulet part of it then? Where's the amulet? The 50% amulet? All right, but never mind then. Skipping over that. This one is actually quite interesting. This is new, right? You deal 70 to 100% increased critical strike damage to enemies marked by inner sight. So definitely single target related. However, most inner sight builds generally tend to like poison. James Paul said, "What build am I starting with?" I'm not quite sure. Probably Heartseeker because I already have my gear spec'd out for that, like min max for that. And since there's a lot of stuff coming, I think I might just start with a build that I already have gear for, and then I'll kind of go backwards. I'll go from like Heartseeker to Rapid Fire to Barrage to Andes to probably Flurry, then Pin Shot, then Twisting Blade, somewhere around that range. I probably don't have like an actual like rank tier rank ish type thing, but it'll be something like that, something along those lines. You guys need to give Rogue a real Bariza mythical unique. All right, so we got but I guess the part that makes this interesting again is that this would seem to scale better with like, let's say like Rapid Fire, maybe like Inner Sight Rapid Fire would actually be really nice with this. I guess you could say Inner Sight Flurry. But it's like if you go anything poison related, you don't really get the buff of this, right? So like, so any inner sight poison build would not want this aspect. It would have to be inner sight preparation, probably. I mean, close quarters combat can do this too as well, but you have to go with like non-poison close quarters combat for it. If you want, I can link you all new aspects in these. No, it's okay. I mean, I'm just gonna go through. I'm just gonna go down. I mean, they're probably listed on this page anyway, right? Like all the way down ish. But yeah, if you want to link it to my audience, you can. Actually, I wish I didn't even go that far down. If there we go. We're about the rogues. Roge. I know Rob did a video on it like 30 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago. I think he had it all on like one sheet or whatever. But yeah, so we got the inner site, the true site. This here is also another one that's actually quite interesting. I'm actually glad if this is true, I'm glad they actually did this, because this is the like true stacking effect. This is basically Stricken. This is being the Stricken from Diablo 3. This is for season 5 PTR. PTR, yeah, this is datamine though, so like you kind of want to take most of this with a grain of salt. But what time is PTR coming out? Between 12 and 18 hours from now. But still, like if you want to post a link, you can. All right. But anyways, yeah. So this is basically Stricken for Flurry. So this actually makes Flurry. Oh, you're the writer for Wildhead. Okay, got it. Fair. Okay. If you want to post a link, I'm cool with that. Yeah, let's do that. I was trying to go over the aspects before going over the uniques. Okay, so these are uniques. Okay. General uniques, barbs, rogues. I'm trying to build hype a little bit. So I'm trying not to go too far down to show like some of the massive big buffs. But now that I have the unique, thanks for that. Thanks for that. But yeah, we appreciate the we appreciate the update and the fact that you guys do the datamine stuff like that. Obviously, like I said, things are subject to change, but these are always kind of fun to go through. Miguel, you said you're 420 out of 480 on the rare node. Does the planner have it taken? Oh, second link is all aspects. Oh, okay. No, I see what you did. I see what you did. Okay, cool. Fair. Thank you for that. Cool. All right, yeah. So I guess we'll just go through the aspects here. That's what I was getting ready to say, bro. Got it. Kel, did you do the boards in the right order? Like, did you make sure that the numbers are kind of like can be a little bit weird? It can be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kind of thing. So make sure that you connect all the boards in the right order. All right, cool. So what we got? Where were we? So we knew about these two. These two we knew. We talked about the aspect of true sight just now, right? But then we got, so again, definitely not for poison related inner sight builds. So we're still looking. So we're pretty much looking at precision. So again, barrage, rapid fire, maybe pin shot if you can scoundrel up enough resources to be able to. But then I guess still pin shot, even with bug fixes to victimize. I think pin shot will still be better with victimize than precision. So I still don't see you. But then again, I guess this is an X though, right? So you don't really care. It's a separate multiplier that doesn't really scale with precision. It would be nuts if it actually double dip with precision. I would not be surprised if that ends up happening, and then we end up going into season 5 with this double dipping in some ridiculous way. And honestly, it probably needs to in order to be able to compete with combo points. Not that I'm like, not that I'm advocating for any bugs or anything, because I'm usually not. I'm not that person at all. Like I hate bugs. They all need to be fix and go. But I mean, combo points has reigned dominant for so long. So the aspect of your insight is good for rapid fire with Starless. Oh yeah, I mean any rapid fire build that isn't poison, not rapid fire build. Sorry, any insight build that isn't poison. So yeah, I'm not saying that poison's dead in the water with this by any means, because I mean you still probably do something like poison, twisting blade, inner sight. But definitely more of an emphasis on non-poison builds with this particular aspect. This one's a big winner too. Like I said, this is Bane of the Stricken, from like literally straight up Bane of the Stricken from Diablo 3. And I'm glad they did this, because I kept talking about this for a while. I'm like, Flurry needs a stacking effect. I mean, it doesn't need crazy single target initially, because then that just wouldn't be fair. But it needs some sort of the longer that you fight, the better chances Flurry actually has to kill a single target, which is this is a great buff. So this actually kind of somewhat makes me, I won't say change my mind about the Flurry buffs in the sense. I kind of had them B tier roughly with just the number buffs in general. But this, now Flurry can actually kill bosses, and that's cool, because this is going to be damage regardless of whether they're staggered or not. So like you're ramping up damage that isn't crowd control damage on a single target. So like, can't wait to play Heartseeker with Starless. But yeah, we got this here. This is huge for Flurry. Then we got some. These look like tempers versus aspects. Are these really aspects? Like this would look like, or maybe it is, but maybe it's like, maybe not weapon. I don't know. This is probably one of those ones that like may end up being somewhere else, and they just they, as in like Blizzard, probably doesn't know where they actually really want this. But this would seem kind of weird as a weapon aspect. It has to be a temp. I'm thinking this is a temper at the end of the day. This here though is actually nuts. Your basic skills are always cold imbued. Yo. This is so good. Always cold imbued. That means you just take mixed cold imbuement, so you get the additional 20% versus chilled, and then you get the 40% versus frozen, just because it's cold imbued. Because otherwise you wouldn't care about this. Like you wouldn't care about. Well, I guess you would care about this part, because you get another multiplier. So you get another multiplier for stacking, for actually putting points into mixed cold imbuement, right? And then you get an additional multiplier outside of that. I think they did this. Well, yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, so I guess Puncture can have both cold and poison. Heartseeker, Heartseeker. What did I tell you, chat? What did I tell you? I told you next season Heartseeker is gonna be better than it is in the current season. But anyways, yeah, this here is nuts. Absolutely using this, like no question. On Heartseeker. Also, my Shank Rogue is gonna use this too. So Shank Rogue and Heartseeker Rogue. Some insta stagger. Yeah, they really, man, they really, man, they really they put out a lot of new toys for season 5, man. A lot of new toys. Okay, so we know about this. We knew about this already. We knew about this. Coming down. Okay, so those are the new aspects. Those are aspects we didn't know. So these 3, and then this is a temper, I assume. So these are Wildhead has data mine these 3. And all of them are good. All 3 of these are banger aspects. I'm missing one. Is it like a general aspect? Okay, there we go. General. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I went straight to rogue. You do 5 to 20% multiplicative damage each, increased damage over time to each enemy for each. Oh, this is the that heart, that season 1 heart, right? Creeping Death. This is nuts, though. Look at that. Unstoppable enemies and staggered bosses take 40% increased damage over time from you instead. Jeez. Andy's is eating too, man. Andy's in poison bills right here. Although, actually, I don't know. No. This won't work with Andy's. This will work for poison imbuement, but it won't work for Andy's. Because think about it. You deal increased damage over time. And then it says bosses take increased damage over time from you instead. Andy's is not from you. Andy's is a proc. So this doesn't work with Andy's, but this will work for poison imbuement. I'm glad I reread that. So yeah, this isn't gonna work for Andy's. Yeah. I'm serious. Think about it. I'll show you. I if you don't believe me, I'll show you. If I can find my thing. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Give me 1 sec. All right. So let's go to weapon mastery, right? So when we play Andy's rogue, we don't take this. Because this is coming from your weapon and it's you. So yeah, I don't think that works for Andy's because Andy's is a proc. Could be wrong. I could be wrong, but the way that it reads, yeah, because it says you. So I don't know. It wouldn't. So I mean, I hope it does. I hope it does. I mean, obviously I hope it does. But the way that it's worded is that they made it very clear that it's you. So like your pestilent points and stuff like that will work, right? Because that's damage from you. Andy's is not coming from you. Andy's is coming from a proc. So I don't know. I don't know. But you heard it here first, though. I want to say first. Maybe someone else has mentioned it, but like you heard it here. Like I'm thinking this is not going to work with Andy's, which would suck. Like Wilson said, like that would suck. Noti, what's going on with the sub? Thank you, man. Do you think season 5 the need for couch traps and every bill will be gone? It's such a pain. No, we're still gonna have to use couch traps, but I think we're gonna be less reliant on couch traps duration, and I'm about to tell you why once we start going down to some of the other rogue stuff. we're just not going to really be able to fit in Caltrap's duration for a lot of builds, which is in my opinion, I kind of like that, honestly, because it means that like there isn't so much reliance on like getting something to sit inside of a Caltrap for like a jillion years for your damage. So I think the adverse effect of that is a net positive for rogues, at least a net positive for me, because I hated trying to keep a boss in the Caltrap for like 40 something seconds or whatever how many seconds that like I need to have him in to deal max bonus, and then like if they step right out of the circle, you deal no damage because all your huge multiplier is gone. Like it's just silly, man. Appreciate the follow. I'm not gonna repeat that, but is PTR out? No, not yet. Between 11 and 17 hours from now. So stuff that we care about as rogues, you don't really care about this. Slice deaths. When you accumulate 50% of your maximum life loss, you automatically cast an equipped defense substitute or macro skill before receiving damage. Can only occur once every 34 seconds and cannot cast mobility skills. So yeah, dead in the water for rogues, because I mean we're gonna always have dark shot anyway. So next, aspect of dark dance every 5 seconds. Your next skill. Oh, this is the this is also a malignant heart. You guys remember this right here? You guys remember this malignant heart? It's my name on the mobile game. Is it really? So what we need Caltraps for then? Because I mean, you still get like the Deadly Ambush legendary node buff, which is still pretty powerful because it's multiplicative. And I mean, still 45% multiplicative damage while they're in the Caltrap at max is still good. Like it's still good. Like you're not going to just all of a sudden just dismiss or forget that it's there. But it might be possible. It might be possible though, Noti, that depending on how good some of these new uniques and aspects are, especially these new uniques, you might be able to drop Caltraps from some builds. A few builds. Not all, but like maybe a build or two, because some of the other stuff might be strong enough for you to take as a different option and be fine. But that's still kind of up in the air. Because keep in mind, when you cast Caltraps, you're losing like 3 or 4 attacks. So you are losing damage to cast Caltraps. So you have to weigh that in with the duration of the Caltrap and whether or not it's worth actually doing. So I know I'm getting like real technical here, but I wouldn't be upset if Caltraps takes a backseat. But it's too early for me to say that people are not going to use it because it's still, well, good. So you use it 854 2A GO or 2 GA build over a no GA 925 build? No. Nope. I wouldn't do it. Nope. That like weapon item level on a weapon that you're using is like the best thing you can get. So yeah, this is more juice than the heart was. No, yeah, it was. It is. Every 5 seconds, your next core skill costs life instead of primary resource. This will only occur if you have at least 60% of your maximum life. Skills that consume life deal 80% increased damage. So this will actually be good for like combo point builds. So think about it in the sense of actually combo point builds that actually builds combo points slower. I know that's kind of weird. Because think about it, like if you this means that basically at the start of at the start of every pack you have an 80% like multiplier basically at the start, going from pack to pack or whatever, which is actually kind of nutty. I mean, you losing some life isn't that big of a deal, like at all whatsoever. Are streamers able to stream them play on PTR? Yeah. Yep. Nope. We can stream PTR. I will be streaming PTR tomorrow night. would not be upset if combo points took a backseat. Me neither, but I do kind of like. I mean, combo points is one of those things where like it's the only thing that isn't just spam right click the entire time. Pray to the gods, no watermark. Dread. Heartseeker and Lord of the Rings online is much stronger than Rogue Heartseeker. Yeah. So this is actually quite interesting. I think for like this will have more value honestly in combo point builds in general. It's because of the fact that you naturally don't shoot combo points every time. So the value is a little better on combo point builds than not. Would you take this over an aspect? I don't know. That's hard to say. Like this is something that I might replace elements with or something. Like, but some of the other stuff, yeah, I don't know. Cosmos also say increased damage for you, but also works with Andorios. Okay. Well, that's some hope. That is some hope. I see you on YouTube. Said Heartseeker's gonna eat again. I mean, like I said, I hope so. I guess just with the way that his word is, it's kind of like, Darth might be good on the Beastfall Death Trap cross, but I'm hoping we'll be good. And their combo points by 90% above everything else by 1,000%. The only thing about that though, like, I know you being like not serious, not completely serious on that, but like combo points takes more effort, and it's obviously you're not using your spender as much, so it should hit hard. Like it should hit hard for the amount of effort required to do said thing. It should not be weaker. It should technically not be weaker than like, you know, something that doesn't require nearly as much effort. Technically, I mean, if we want to talk about like balance, quote unquote, that kind of makes sense. But combo point should not be so far ahead of everything else where everything else is just kind of like not worth like it currently is. Either you're playing a basic attack build or you're doing combo points, and I mean, not cool at the end of the day. I feel like actually, wait a minute. One shot kid, what's going on? Also, Rodriguez, I said, I see you there. He said, my guess is that it was in every rogue bar Andy Poison. So what we got? Aspect of the Prudent here. Yeah, I might do something like this on my own, like rapid fire, maybe. Like rapid fire barrage combo points, maybe. It's a strong maybe. I don't know. That's pretty big buff that I think I would rather have over like let's say elements probably. But over time though, depending on your attack speed, because technically speaking, like the slower you attack, like the slower and harder you hit, the better this becomes. Which is kind of ironic. Not ironic, but it's like building the other way. Whereas like you want to, you know, hit harder, but get your combo points up slower so you can technically get more value out of this. But that I doubt anyone's gonna really want to go that route. But we'll kind of see if like someone actually does it. Have I seen the clone view? I mean, I've seen them all already. I'm just kind of going over it with the audience. Yeah, we got I think being damaged for at least 20% of your maximum life, you become immune for 2.5 to 4 seconds. Can only occur once every 20 seconds. This actually isn't terrible, but I'll have a hard time trying to fit this somewhere in a build. Like a hard time. This one's interesting though. Every 2 to 3.5 seconds, distant enemies are pulled into you and take 10% increased damage for 3 seconds. So technically speaking, so let me get this straight. How far is distance enemies? I think that's the question. How far is this pool? Like, because technically distant enemies can be anywhere on the screen. Technically. How effective is corruption with Andes? Continuation with pest. I actually don't even know if corruption actually works with Andes. Full screen pull incoming bug. Well, I don't know, man. What if you had like a widescreen monitor? Like a ultra, like a giga ultra wide, like a super ultra wide, and the game codes it to where. Well, no, actually they fixed that, right? Like they fixed it being able to see more on ultra wise, right? More realistic, maybe 20 yards. I think yeah. I don't know where you would fit this on the road, to be honest. But this actually isn't bad. Like this actually be like super cool for something like Twisting Blaze or Twisting Blaze and Dario's. A lot actually, like just for like pit pushing, this could actually be pretty nice, especially since you get like the you get a 10% multiplier on top of that, and you can constantly pull them in. Like if you're constantly pulling them in though, like are they being crowd controlled when they're pulled in, like, or is it just like a pull where they just, you know, they get pulled but they still do what they normally do? So are they like immobilized, or are they knocked down? Like what are they when they're pulled in? Exploit that weakness doesn't work on the least anymore. Now that I didn't see. Where'd you get that from? Pulling the entire level, imagine. Every 2 seconds seems OP. It kind of does. Bob says they pull you in to drain your Dark Shroud and bonk you to death. Oh no, you pull them in to drain your Dark Shroud and bonk them to death. Yeah, this would be kind of interesting. I don't know. We have a lot of new toys, and I don't know if this is. I think for melee builds, this is probably a must. Then again, I guess most rogue builds aren't really truly ranged anyway, so I guess we might be seeing this on Rapid Fire and Barrage too as well, and even Pinshot, but we'll see. 1.5 seconds on the amulet. That's true, but I think that's not necessary though, because like if you had a 1.5 second on an amulet, then you don't get an additional damage increase. So basically you just want you wanted to go to 2 seconds or whatever, so you can continue to keep the 10%, and you can get that on just, you know, pants or boots or whatever. So you have to kind of want to keep it there. We got, okay, we went over the rogue aspects. Oh, they reword. Oh, so they fixed the wording, Thomas, on the datamine. Is that what you're saying? Okay, but exploit weakness does work on elites. It just the execute doesn't work on the elites. So your damage buff still works, but not the execute part. Which I assume it wasn't going to. I'm like, there's just no way that they're gonna let this be what it is. All right, let's go over to uniques. In the patch notes, yes, datamine says 9. Yeah, we figured that. Yeah, because we were going over the patch notes. Is it Celeste or Silek? I'm not sure if I even like remotely saying any of that correctly. Silek. Okay, cool. Yeah, we were talking about that. I'm like, there's just no way, because imagine how OP that would be. It would be stupid for pit pushing, because we would literally get to like pit 200 pretty quickly, because all we would do is just pull things, wait for us to get to 50 stacks, and then blow everything up, and then get to the boss and take till next year to kill it. Right? Because you would never kill the boss fast enough. You would literally be sitting there for like until Christmas trying to fight that boss. But at least you would get there in 4 to 5 minutes because of that legendary node. Right? So like I knew, I'm like, there's just no way that's worded correctly. Reminds you of the early server exploitation D3. Oh, it's D3 enjoyer as well. Yeah, I remember that. We did what was it? Before they nerfed or fixed it, we did a Sever Mark for Death stuff. That was kind of fun. Before they nuked it, rightfully so, but it was fun while it lasted. Grim Reaper Mark for Death. Bro, your Heartseeker build is so fun. It seems like it's gonna be even better than the Heartseeker has got some major stonks coming up, man. Saw an Andy nerf? I haven't seen the Andy nerf yet. Really? It's an Andy nerf? I did not see yet. The damage of that number was supposed to be cosmetic. Yeah, we turned it into into a weapon. We turned the cosmetic into an actual weapon, which was actually kind of funny. Yeah, someone in the YouTube chat was saying that they saw Andy's nerf. I haven't seen. I have not seen it, to be honest. So crown. So this right here. Oh, whoops! Did not mean to do that. It's back up there. So get some plus ranks of core skills. Okay, lucky hit. All right. Gain 75% resource. What? Is this an uber unique or just a regular unique? This is because the mythic uniques are now purple. So this is a regular unique, right? 75% resource cost reduction? What the hell? What in the world? I mean, this helm might be worth it for that alone. And these stats here. But you also get this, whatever this is. Each time you spend primary resource on a skill, you gain 25% increased damage, but 25% increased resource cost for 4 seconds. I see. Okay, I see what they did. Stacking up to 5 times. That is why they gave you such a ridiculous amount. So you need this and like Starless and like some other like stuff. But wait, 5 times though? So are we looking at what? 125%? What? Okay. All right. I mean, combo point build. Here we go again. Okay. Because I mean, realistically speaking, I mean, you wouldn't. I mean, you normally 4 resource on combo point builds anyway. So as long as you're combo pointing, right, then you're like you have a lot. You won't have much of a hard time like keeping up your resources on a combo point. But that is ridiculous. 125%. Rip Shaco then. Rip Shaco. Rip Shaco for anything that isn't a basic attack. Is it you can use that in Heartseeker? Is it because of that sword? We'll get to that in a second. Is it does the sword turn the skill into a core skill, or does it just spend resources? Because that might be 2 different things. We'll see. Okay, that is true because it does say each time you spend primary. Okay, all right. It may not. So technically speaking, it should work, but it may not. We'll see though. That'll be insane if it did work. That'd be stupid. That'd be stupid good if it did work. Again, you actually would probably want to lower your attack speed then if that's the case, because then if you want to be able to sustain your attacks or sustain a buff like this, you actually might want to like go to a lower breakpoint rather than a higher breakpoint, believe it or not. But yeah, this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. I'm absolutely gonna be playing with this. Or gets proc insight. Yeah, but you're not gonna have insight up that often though, because keep in mind there's a 4-second cooldown before you can start building energy again. So I mean, and then you'll have to kind of like go like insight duration to really make that like to really get the benefits of that, and that's gonna be hard as it is with all the new uniques and aspects we got. But yeah, this is interesting. I'm actually interested to see how this all plays out. You have a link to the website I'm on? Yes. Anyhow, going on. Endurant Faith. What we got? Crossbow Heartseeker. Yeah. I'm actually thinking, honestly, if you want to be able to sustain your resource, you might want to attack. You might want to attack a little slower. That just depends on like how much resources can we actually get, right? So it just depends. We'll obviously play around with it on PTR, but there might be a reason to actually not go for a higher breakpoint. But yeah, this will give more stonks to crossbow, believe it or not. Endurant Faith. We got core skills. Some more core skills. Okay, lucky hit. Healing receive all stats. When you would be damaged? How's that? Why is that worded that way? When you would be damaged. What can you say when you're damaged for at least? When you are damaged for at least. When you would be damaged for at least 40% of your maximum life at once, it is instead distributed over the next 4 seconds and reduced by 10. Oh, this is Morantum gem. The Morantum gem from legendary gem from Diablo 3. Silek, you remember that? That's exactly where this is from. It is 100% Morantum gem. Morantum legendary gem or whatever. That's exactly what this is from Diablo 3. There's also Pro Genesis and PoE. I wonder who got it from who. Because those legendary gems has been out for a long time, but PoE's been around for a while too. So but yeah. But I swear people are gonna be like, yo, they stole this from PoE, but in reality, this is legitimately a legendary. This is a D3 legendary gem that no one used. It just wasn't popular. Moratorium. Yeah, there it is. Okay, moratorium. Yeah. I butchered the hell out of that name, but yes. But yeah, this was this is the moratorium gem from Diablo 3. Wild tanks and monk tanks and WoW also had a similar mechanic. Alright, so Diablo 3 stole it from WoW, and which PoE took, which D4 took. I guess. So I guess it's back in some way, right? Chen has it in here. Okay, so I guess we gotta throw that in the web of who stole what's, right? That is true. Chen does has this. Anyhow, yeah. I guess my thing is that like we're starting to see other effects from Diablo 3 come in because we have Stricken, right? Flurry, the Flurry legendary aspect is now Stricken. The new aspect, which is literally banned the Stricken. Like ripped straight from that, which is fine. I mean, that Flurry needed that. I haven't read the new sword yet. I'm just trying to go over it like one by one with the stream there. All right, talisman. What we got? We got attack speed, all stats, critical strike damage. We got maximum resources. Gain 0.5% critical strike chance per point of primary resource you have. Okay, up to 50%. Each point of primary resource above 100 gains plus 1% critical strike damage instead. I don't know. What is this plus 1 critical strike damage applying to? That's the big question. Like, is that, I would assume this is this ends up being like a multiplier on its own. Or are we adding it to the base 50% of our stat sheet, which is a multiplier? I would assume this is a separate multiplier because we're taking up a whole freaking amulet slot for this, right? Which, I mean, reading this right now, I can't see how this is like stronger than passives you would have on an amulet plus tempers, but I mean, having some crit damage on an amulet for something like, let's say, a precision build for rogue or something would be kind of nice, but I mean, that's still not like a big margin. But yeah, I gotta know what this actually means at the end of the day. It's kind of strange as it stands. It looks to be additive with critical strike damage and it's not super multiplier. Well, see, yeah, like that's like when I saw the plus 1% critical strike damage, I kind of thought the same thing too. I'm like, what are you adding the critical strike damage to? This is too vague for me to kind of like make a analysis on this, like how like what I like in terms of what I think about it. Chain Lightning Sword is going to be all over this amulet, probably. So we get the 200 resource, you can get 100% critical strike damage. Yeah, but see, that's the thing though. Like, in order for you to gain more resource and stuff, you have to take other things, which means it's a sacrifice to other things. So like, you can't just gain maximum resource for free in other slots. You have to sacrifice other things, which could be a damage buff, just to get more maximum resources to buff this amulet, right? So like, you would have to, I can imagine like a few classes that might can do that and it not be a big deal, but I don't know. That's hard. That's hard to say. So I mean, you could throw To Boss Will in there, obviously, and you get more resource. You can throw, it's made for Gushing Wounds Bar. Could be. All right, so we got Rakanoth's Wake boots, movement speed, cooldown reduction. We have to get a good implicit for once on the unique boots. Look at that. Whoa, what? Plus 35% resistance to all elements. I don't really care about this part as much, but this. Anyways, when you cast a skill with the cooldown, you explode. You explode. Not an explosion around you, but you yourself explode. So do you just like do you just suicide bomb yourself, dealing 450 fire damage? Yo, if I'm gonna sacrifice myself, I better deal more damage than this. I better deal way more damage than this if I'm gonna be sacrificing myself. Ghost filled. Imagine you're in hardcore and you're like, you know what? I'm about to kill Lilith, and it's either me or Lilith, right? I gotta do it. I gotta cast this cooldown. If it means I die, I still beat Lilith, and I'll just make another rogue. It's okay. It's okay. Nah, I'm kidding. But like, no, I mean, it's just the way it's like, no, look at it though. Kamikaze rogue, yeah. But look, but it's just the way that's worded though, right? You explode. Dealing but this damage is insulting for your explosion, right? Like, come on. You just Shao stuff could be real funny. Yeah, yeah. I flip flop, chipped and proud on a Paragon board, and you keep this 67.7 physical damage, but gain another 5.5 res. Yeah, but the reason why you have pride in the other board is for the extra life, not the percent damage. That's why it's there. Yeah, you don't care about the percent physical damage at all. Like that means nothing because it's additive. What you care about is you gain a bunch of life having it on that board. That's why it's there. At least you die with a lot of resistances cast. At least you resisted well, right? Before you died, you resisted well, right? And that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. Heartseeker or Angels for a first time role player. I'd probably say Heartseeker because it's easier to play. I really hope that's 550 to 450% damage. Okay, so this one, I've been waiting to get to this when I had a bigger audience because I kind of want to talk about this. Yo, what the hell? More basic skill damage, right? More basic attack speed. I mean, no one really cares about the maximum resource part, but like these two, I guess you do kind of care a little bit because it does cost energy. But 300% increased damage, like what the hell? What the hell? Like what? It does cost 25 primary resource, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's not making it live. You don't know if this would be good? No. Dude. 300% 300% multiplier. 300. I'll take this hit. We'll figure this out. We will figure this out. We'll just throw Starless in there or something. I'm hoping Starless guys work with this. Actually, I don't know. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't know. Hold on one sec. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, the wording says it. Okay, it doesn't say core skills. It says spending your primary resource. Okay, so yeah, it does work. It should work. Yeah, so I was thinking core skill, right? That spending your core skills. Yeah. Yeah. So spending your primary resources reduces the cost of your skills and increases your damage by yeah. So this should work with Starless Skies. Which is stupid. That is stupid good. Like, yeah. So we got this. You got this with the helm. So we got this with the helm. We got the sword, the helm, and Starless. So the sword is going to give you 300% multiplicative. You got another 25% multiplicative here. Oh, sorry, 125% multiplicative here. Then you got a Starless Guys, which also gives you 50% multiplicative, but it also helps you be able to, you know, actually like sustain, hopefully. But Pain Gorgers, no. Not on a rogue, no. Pain Gorgers won't do anything for Victimize. So Pain Gorgers is still out of the equation. Just the face. No. The Starless double dip with Victimize, no. At least not that I know of. I'll put it that way. Not that I know of. I mean, that'll make Heartseeker cost about 55 energy per cast. Like I said, we'll figure it out. Because, I mean, keep in mind, there is resource aspects we can throw on too. Like, we do have resource aspects we can take. And we can also, like, temper some resource stuff too as well on rings. So, I mean, we can try to figure out how to, like, sustain that. But that's just way, like, that's way too good to not do, though. That's your floor. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right, Bruno. I get infinite mana with Sky Hunter plus Starless. May be worth it. It just depends on what they do to the stats of stuff like Sky Hunter and whatnot, and like if we can get the double projectiles on the Sky Hunter. But that would be for like rapid fire. That'd be for like combo point builds, for sure. Or not combo point builds. Sorry, precision builds, combo point or inner sight. If as resource cost do basic still generate? Well, Heartseeker never generated resource. Puncture did. Puncture does if they're slowed up, but Heartseeker never did. So I mean, you can make it generate, but you'll have to like get like an aspect to do that. But yeah, anyhow, even if, so I put it this way, even if the helm becomes too expensive, you can still do this plus Starless at the very minimum. And like you're looking at what Heartseeker costing like 12.5 per shot, which is actually isn't bad at all. And if you're really desperate, you can just literally go to Boss Will on like a or pants or whatever and just like shadow step to get some of that energy back. But yeah, I mean, there's ways. I think this is really cool though. Like this is really cool because it really makes us think about how to manage some of these really strong uniques. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely bonkers. And the other sword is good too. What was that other sword with those? Was it a dagger? Dagger with a totem, right? Like that's good as well. So I honestly, this plus the totem will take up both of my one-handed slots, meaning I only have one slot to really temper. Yeah. So But in the combo point build, I mean, I can, definitely make this happen. This is not, because I mean, yeah, you can throw the hell, yeah, dude. This is so, man. There's gonna be there's a lot of things. We're gonna be busy in the PTR all for a week. Props to or shout out to Wowhead for getting this data mine out as quickly as they did. Even if some of these things don't make it to PTR, I think it's really cool to kind of get an idea of like what we can possibly expect going forward. Because hell, I would have never known anything like this going forward, man. Like what? even if it's not this value, the fact that something like this exists is just absolutely nuts. Because I mean, this makes it so therefore you can wear Starless, which is another W. So it's kind of like, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, even if they nerf this to like 100%, let's just say it's like 100% is like your max, you still would take it because it also opens up Starless as well, which becomes better than probably another multiplier you would have had to begin with. So like, and it's that it not useless. Yeah. If you use to boss will, do you get the resource even if you're running unstoppable? Yeah, you do. Yeah, so no more elements, no more elements, no more edge masters. Because both of those are like really weak buffs, comparatively, right? You gotta look at you might have to give it rapid, maybe. Retribution is probably still gonna double dip. So at least unless they fix that, it's probably still gonna double dip. So you're still gonna want that. Yeah, no more intercom. That's gone. Yeah, I know. So edge masters, elements, intercom, those are gone. Retribution might be gone if they fix it. If they fix the double dipping, you're not using retribution. If they do, if they do fix it, you're not using it. If they don't fix it, you're definitely using it. So then at that point, you might need to think about elements and edge matches are boring anyway. I agree. Oh no, Moonrise you're keeping. That's way too big of a basic skill attack buff. You're keeping Moonrise, you're keeping adaptability. Those two aren't going nowhere in a Heartseeker build. Those aren't going nowhere. What's the first build you're gonna test when I log in tomorrow? I'll probably start with things that I have gear for already. So like if they copied your character over like they said, then chances are I'm probably gonna start with Heartseeker first because that's like the build that I have the best gear for. So I'm gonna try to like figure out every little thing I could possibly do with Heartseeker, all the cool things I can do with Heartseeker, and then I go to Rapid Fire to do the same thing. Because Rapid Fire is my next best set of gear that I have, and I'll do the same thing Rapid Fire. What can I do? What can I come up with? Etc. And then I kind of go backwards from there. I do plan on trying everything though. Definitely want to do the new Flurry just because it's Flurry, and I know everybody's interested in that. When does PTR go live? In about 10 to 16 hours from now. Between 10 and 16 hours from now. I think Umbra and 4 energy on kill just about solves it. Well, that depends. I mean, you're gonna want to try to fit this in, even though obviously it's core skills right here, right? But let's have lucky hit, which is nice. But yeah, trying to do this and the sword on a basic attack build, that's hard. Like I said, you might be able to pull it off with like enough slow attack speed. Like you have to like real like you have to like you have to lower your attack speed to kind of like be able to have a good amount of uptime on this. So if you're gonna do something like this, you better go crossbow. Need your title you won't use. You're not interested in Heartseeker again. I mean, I like Heartseeker in the sense that I get to play it technically. I think the one thing I do like about Heartseeker is that I can actually kind of play it distant if I want to. Like, granted, I do got to jump in to do to throw cow traps, whatever. But it's really the only build right now in the Rogue Arsenal that I can truly play at a distance and like stutter step around and like use micro in that sense. All the others are more so very close range or pseudo close range builds. Right, rapid fire is technically close range. Barrage is close range. Pin shot. If I've seen the 150 clear, everybody's gonna be building that way going forward. That's close range. So like Heartseeker is really the only one that actually kind of gives you that somewhat of an archery feel, like feel to it. I think that's kind of why like it has a place in my arsenal because of that. His grandfather getting buff, it is. But Barbers did get a couple of nerfs too, though. So like I guess I'm not surprised about it. And not also that, but grandfather also affects more than just Barb. But looking at how some of these buffs are happening, I mean, the critical strike damage by 200%. That doesn't sound nearly as crazy as some of these other stuff that we're seeing. Grandfather getting buff. How do we know? Wildhead has Datamined it. You hope Heartseeker stays top. Oh no, Heartseeker will absolutely be S tier. No question. Like if any of this goes remotely live at the moment, Heartseeker is still going. It's still gonna be Heartseeker. I mean, this by itself, you can just add this. You ain't gonna worry about anything else. You add this, it's definitely like S tier. Like it just. I mean, this is this plus Starless, stupid good. And then you can basic imbue your basic attacks. Like seriously, yo. Well, the Umber Crux is get on a rabble unless a totem can be CC'd. I mean, not really, Riptide. I see what you mean, but I think for like victimized setups, victimized doesn't. So, what is it? Yeah, victimized proc isn't ACC. It's just plain damage. So whatever victimized procs on the totem will be your actual damage. So whatever you proc on the minion, or whatever, or an elite, or whatever, or nearby elite, or whatever like that, that's going to be your regular damage, and the totem is going to take 30% of your whatever damage that is. See what I'm saying? So like for something like victimized setups, I think the totem is really good. I think for we'll have to see how the totem works for like direct hits though. You think the buffs to existing items would be automatic or need to drop again? Probably need to be dropped again. I don't think. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be retroactive or not. Night Dash, what's going on, man? You found goodies numbers? Yeah. Wait, if you run Heartseeker with the sword, it will cost 2500. That doesn't have aspects that boost damage when you spend resource. Not aspects, but Starless Skies does. Starless Guy, like Starless Skies do. No chance that precision on close quarters combat. because poison would be crazy with keeping that. But you also got the inner sight legendary aspect, right? Which increases your critical strike damage by 100% multiplicative that poison can't use. So, I mean, you're not wrong. I still think close quarters combat will still be like a little better because of the poison, obviously. But I don't think precision is that far behind. Currently, right now, the best pick clear right now on Barrage is actually a physical precision Barrage, not poison. I think he's cleared like a one. Well, no, actually no. Before the patch, before the mid-season patch, he cleared a 120. Before the mid-season tier patch. So before the pit nerfs, I think his highest was a 120, and he was the highest Barrage clear so far. But he's like a very talk about pocket shirt. No, it wasn't him. He didn't have code imbue. He actually had literally pure physical. I thought it was strange too, because I'm just like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, pure physical Barrage precision? Like that actually killed the boss in 120? Before the mid-season patch? I was skeptical too. And I saw the planner, I was like, this looks pretty normal. Like he must have like really tried super hard for that. Like super hard for that. But yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, I think the highest clear has not been a CQC poison Barrage yet. Keyword is yet. We still got another month or some change. Hey, you'll get it. Give you time. All right. Appreciate the follow. Got a question. Where do you find the best items? Because Diablo trade seems weak, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I don't do much trading, but you have two like staunch traders in the chat. Riptide and Thomas are both very active and really good at that kind of stuff. Appreciate the follows, guys. But yeah, so anyhow, looking at the datamine information, if all of this kind of goes through, some of these uniques are just bonkers, man. Like, what the hell? Then Heartseeker's eating good. Andy's is eating good again, of course, with the creeping, right? But I honestly don't even. In terms of like what build I would have ahead of another, with this and Starless Skies, honestly, I probably would put Heartseeker above Andy's again. Before I knew about the datamine, I actually had Andy's above Heartseeker. But I think right now, because of the sword by itself, puts Heartseeker back on top. Isn't anytime getting buffed by a shit ton? Not by that amount, no. Not by 300%, no. No, like not even close. What class am I running tomorrow? Well, definitely rogue. I'm a rogue main and Maxroll rogue specialist, so definitely rogue. Guy is a Drew LTV. Am I streaming all of my PTR playtime? No. Oh no, yeah, I will. Every day starting tomorrow will be PTR. So from Tuesday to Tuesday will be PTR basically. Every time I play. Blizzard's starting to get more creative. I wonder what another couple of months of Rax bitching about would do. I do, honestly. So here's the thing. I know I'm probably going to get some real dirty looks in the chat, and that's fine. That's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it, but as cool as as these buffs are to make, you know, obviously our characters stronger and like seeing these massive increases of damage, I really, really, really would love to see a stat squish, like a damage, like a damage number squish or whatever. Some of this, because this is like extreme, like this is becoming like really big power creep, and I would like to see normal numbers, right? Like I, these are nice and all, right? But man, like soon we're gonna be hitting for billions and be like, is that all you're hitting for? Your character's only hitting for 4 billion damage? Like, seriously? Like, it's like, yo, have you seen my character? My character just hit for 5 quintillion damage. And then you get and then you get in the barb, and it's like, bro, have you seen my barb? My barb's damage number is so long. Like, you need a widescreen monitor to see my damage numbers. It's like that long. And then Blizzard's gonna have to implement some scientific notation again just for us to make sense of our damage numbers, which is retarded. I hate to use that word. I don't mean any disrespect by it or, you know, and offended by it, but I'm just saying, like, I just think that this is just like, I if there's one thing I really liked about last epoch was the damage numbers were realistic. You know, thousands, you know, 30,000, 40,000 damage. Like, those were good damage numbers, you know, for like, you know, classes getting into the early end game, right? Like, we sitting here, I have to sit there and get 3 monitors to see my whole damage numbers. I have 1 monitor per comma. Per comma. I got 3 numbers here. I got a comma separating my monitor, 3 more numbers, a comma separating that monitor, 3 more numbers, a comma separating that monitor. It's just like, it's just. I'm just saying, like, I just, like, to be honest with you, I know you can just turn the damage numbers off, and I get it, but the point of an action, like most action RPGs going back from, like, you know, old days, right? Like the older days, is that you like to see your damage numbers because you saw progress. It made you feel good when you play Super Mario RPG and you hit for a much, you know, a bigger number because you got better gear. That's just progression. You want to see the numbers get, you know, go higher as you get better gear. But there's a certain point where just damage numbers just don't matter anymore. It's so high that you don't care anymore. Like, you don't care. Like, you just legit don't care anymore because you're so sensitized by it that you just don't care. The numbers are just too long. Your brain isn't like processing all these commas and numbers that you just don't care anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just not cool. Right? So I know that's probably like a hot take. I get it. Right? That's probably a hot take, and I know people love seeing their numbers in the billions and stuff like that. But I'm the opposite, man. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my character getting stronger, but I kind of love the idea of seeing, you know, more commas in my numbers, man. I'm not the biggest fan of that, and will never be. Um, Maybe dumb question, but Rogue Heartseeker builds Esther because of exploit. Victimized double dips. If it wasn't for that, Heartseeker would probably be A tier. But next season they fixed it, so no longer will we be able to double dip. But they did give us some damage back, and then they give us a freaking sword. Like, that makes it that the nerf or the bug fix doesn't even matter, right? Heartseeker S tier again, easily. Anyhow, I do need to get up and walk around because it's been 2 hours. I haven't like walked off my recovery a little bit, so I'll be right back. So they confirmed that all 50 is entering season 5. No, they said season 5. I mean, considering that, like they spent, so they have like one team that probably did the in-game roguelike dungeon type thing, Return to Hell season thing, and then you probably have like another team that just did nothing but just this, like work on like new unique affixes and items and stuff, which is amazing. Like this is just ridiculous, the amount of like different toys we get to play around with in season 3. Like our characters are gonna look vastly different than they did in season 4, without like a season theme power, which is actually quite cool in my opinion. Because this is permanent stuff that stays in the game and not one of those like gimmick things that just goes away or whatever. Like this is items that are gonna stick around. I don't even care that if they increase the value of items. I just care about the content the game is turn. I'm going to be able to fight the right difficulty for my build, and right now the only thing is the pit. That's true. And I think right now, unless you like right now with all the power creep that's going on or happening with all these cool items. Don't get me wrong; these are really cool, unique items. Some of them with inspiration from different games, as you can see. But they're cool. They're cool, unique items or whatnot. But like the outer world, like the open world stuff is already a joke, and it's now even more of a joke now, obviously, because of the stuff that we have now. So like, so unless there's like a hell, like a world tier 5 or something that drastically increases the open world / nightmare dungeon content. Yeah, I mean the only thing you're going to be challenged in would the pit, and I guess this new roguelike mode or whatever. So yeah, but I agree with that though. How does PTR work? It's a snapshot of current tunes or from scratch. So generally speaking, in Diablo 3, it is you get to copy your characters over, but you have to make a new character for the seasonal theme. Whereas in D4, you just got like an item that allows you to boost your character to 100 with gear and mats. I think they're gonna copy your character over. I think you should be able to play your character with season. I think we need a world tier 5 for 100 plus characters. Only would be great. I would like that. Riptide was messing with Peaches. Clearly Heartseeker, right? You're gonna try Flurry over grenades first, Peaches? Wow. No leveling for the PTR. I mean, you can if you want to, but you don't have to. Bozon says no point in having world tier 5. What would you do instead if you had it your way? Another option could be is just to scale just scale the first 4 world tiers instead, or you can make world tier 4 actually like difficult. Nerf the items down. I mean, that's kind of like in line with like a damage squish, right? Like a number squish or whatever. But yeah, if you nerf all the items down, man, like I think everybody is gonna be toilet papering your house. Toilet papering and egging your house. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not saying I disagree with that. But I'm just saying expect a lot of gas station quality half ply toilet paper on your roof and backyard and front porch and car. I'm just gonna put that out there. Your next stocks will go for autographs.
Guess it's my turn.
I mate, you're good. Thanks for Maxroll, guys. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Sonic with the Prime. Appreciate you, man. Nerf enjoyer. Yeah. I just think that, so Bozon, I don't disagree with you. I think the easy solution without pissing off the majority of the player base would be either to add a world tier 5 or rescale the world tiers.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
You see what I'm saying? Like if you can rescale the world tiers between 1 and 4 and then like do a big damage squish and the expansion, I would love to see that. The North War is the best. I am not. Dude, that does not offend me at all. that does not offend me whatsoever. North War has been doing Maxroll guys for a lot longer than I have. So I am not Jedi level by any means, and I take no offense. Take no offense. Why does power creep excite people? Well, that's the reason why. Like, I think we were discussing that earlier, Bozon. I think that was like one of the things I was talking about, where like I was talking about how the damage numbers makes no sense right now, and that like while all these uniques are actually cool and fun to play with, like they're, because I mean it makes you feel stronger. Like obviously, who doesn't want to feel stronger? But like reading damage in the billions and trillions and stuff like that, just basically desensitizes you to progression of damage numbers because they're just so big and meaningless, right? So it started with that conversation, and I was saying that a damage squish would be very nice to have, where numbers actually look logical and reasonable, like in the maybe 30,000-40,000 range. It would be like your top end, which would be nice to have. Yeah, I'm sorry. Electra, I see you. I guess the thing too, I think the thing is too is that at some point though, with the number scaling the way that they do, there's got to be at some point, there's got to be some sort of ceiling where they just go, okay, we can't have everything critting in the trillions. Because with everything that's going on right now, our damage numbers are going to skyrocket next season, right? Right. So where do you go? Where do you go from there? Like, do you, in order to continue the power creep and get people to feel more powerful, you got to increase damage or give us ways to be able to do more damage, which is going to increase our damage numbers, which at some point, where do we stop? Right? Like, where's the cap? Where do we end? We're gonna get to the point where trillions of damage means you're not doing much at all, like Diablo 3, where it's like, oh, you crit for 20 trillion damage. Okay, yeah, I mean that's peanuts, right? I mean at some point there has to be some sort of reeling back of some sort of normal of something. Has to be, because we already in a year's time frame went from like creating in like the low millions, like higher, 700,000-800,000, low millions, with the exception of like maybe a few bills that were obviously broken or whatever, to the billions being a normal, like a normality, right? Like that's not good for a year. It took Diablo 3 a couple like some years before we saw like some real big power creep, right? We're creeping faster than Diablo 3 did. Like we are definitely power creeping faster than Diablo 3 did. And that's scary. That is scary. Right? So there has to be I do hope, and again, I might be in the minorities on this, but I do hope that they do a damage squish in the expansion. They absolutely need to do it. They do. It's almost as if Blizzard is bad at balancing. A billion damage doesn't mean anything because it's hard for the human brain to wrap around high numbers. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm not sitting like in an action RPG, right? You guys have played old school action RPGs, right? I mean, most of the people here have played like, you know, JRPGs, right? I hate using the word term JRPG, Japanese RPG, because even the Japanese hate that term. But you guys have played JRPGs, right? Like, obviously, we did turn-based combat, and the numbers that you dealt was an indication of your progress moving forward. Like, you wanted to see the numbers because they indicated that your character was getting stronger, but the numbers were reasonable to look at. They were not bloated. They were easy to read. You completely can understand it, and you move forward with it, right? So you still want to see numbers because you still want to see that improvement. But no one wants to sit. I'm saying no one. Again, maybe I'm in a minority. But like, who is going to really be able to read trillions of damage on the screen when it happens? Like you hit them one time and you're trying to process the entire number. And you're like, dude, I just dealt 1,642,530,733,205 damage. Like, you're not gonna process that as quickly, and so you're like, your mind just becomes numb to it. Like, you just become numb to it because you're just like, oh, I can't really read that anyway. It's going through the screen so fast that you don't care about it anymore. I guess now we're getting into a different topic, or kind of getting off the rails though. But I think the idea of a world tier 5 was just be an easy way. It'd be an easy way to kind of like, in this power scaling that we're in right now, it'd be an easy way to not piss off the majority of the player base, while also making the outer world content actually challenging in some way, shape, or form, or just rebalancing the first 4 tier world tier, so where world tier 4 is actually challenging, and the other 3 can be like, you know, going up to that point. Because right now it's already face roll, and then these new uniques are obviously going to make it even more face roll, and so you get kind of bored with the open world content because it's just way too easy. Like, it provides no resistance. The world bosses don't have any resistance. Like, the world bosses are actually cool fights. They're actually cool fights when they last more than 3 seconds. But they don't, right? But like, the world bosses do have cool mechanics. You just don't really get to see them because, you know what I'm saying? So it would be sad that if in season 5 Pit 200 is achieved. I actually don't want Pit 200 to be achieved. I don't want to see it. I know that also might sound weird, but like, the moment that you can cap content, then you have nowhere else to go. You're done. What now? Do you start do you start speeding, you know, Pit 200 at that point? Like, what do you do? Right? They'll just add more pit tiers, but then we have the same problem with power creep again. Where do we stop? You know, next year around this time, what are we gonna have? Pit 700? You know, Pit 1200? Like, and then we have to sit there and like unlock every single pit level to get to 1200. Like, I mean, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, Blizzard is really painting themselves into a corner with this power creep. I get why they do it. But man, it's not good for the game. People like it, but it's not good for the game. Pit 2K. Do I know Lurking? Your top dog about sort? I heard. Not sure what's going on. So when will Max update with this new data mine? We so like we'll have the new stuff in our planners and stuff, but we generally don't do like a data mine list of things on Maxroll. I don't know what the primary reason is for it, so I don't want to make up anything. But yeah, we typically don't like put it down like data mine stuff on our sites usually. Which is actually why I appreciate Wildhead doing it, and we can kind of go over through with Wildhead. But I don't have like the actual reasoning for why we don't. Didn't miss much. We just talked about there's a lot of there's definitely so Bozon, just a quick recap. This helm right here is absolutely godlike and nuts. But good luck trying to keep your resources up for it. Good for combo point builds possibly, because you don't need to spin that often. But you can actually make Heartseeker work with this helm, which is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Amulet's okay for Rogue. I don't see that being used. But this right here is like the winner. 300% increased damage for basic attack skills, but additionally costs 25% primary resource, or 25 primary resource. So you basically stick this with the Starless Skies, because now you spend resource, so now that's 12.5 resource instead. And 50% additional, or 50% multiplier from the Starless Skies, so that's super nice. Super big. So you know the sword, the aspect. I see. Creeping Mist, which is that creeper from not Creeping Mist, Creeping Death, which is that malignant heart, basically that poison malignant heart. So this should work with Andes. It does say U deal, so I'm not quite sure if that's gonna work with Andes or not, but it will for poison imbuement for sure. So poison builds will do well. Then we got in terms of the aspects are concerned, Rogue's got a we got Stricken, banded Stricken for Flurry now. So basically you can keep stacking damage over and over and over and over and over until the boss dies, which is a great mechanic for Flurry. It definitely needed it. Then we got 100% crit damage to enemies marked by inner sight, also another single target thing. Good for precision builds. There's like precision inner sight or non-poison builds, obviously. And then what's another good one? This one right here. Your basic attack skills are always cold imbued. So now you can run mixed cold imbuement and get like an additional multiplier on top of this additional multiplier, which is actually kind of nuts. So those are the only new ones that did not show up in the patch notes. There is a utility aspect though that pulls that it's like a pull. Wild Bolt aspect, every 2 to 3.5 seconds, distant enemies are pulled into you and take 10% increased damage for 3 seconds. That's gonna be really cool for like Twist and Blaze, Flurry builds, possibly even Andy's as well. Thoughts on Andy, Heartseeker, and Puncture? You mean like the build, like Andy's in general? I think Andy's or Andara's is a really good build. I like that it's based on an actual uber unique in which you have to scale, because we don't have much of that at all on Rogue. Yeah, so Heartseeker, Heartseeker with that cold imbue aspect is gonna be nuts. Like that's definitely going into my watch. I'm gonna have a lot to change tomorrow. So I think overall, if I had to talk about this overall, for all of our builds, all of our setups basically are gonna go like are gonna get rearranged in terms of gear wise. Like gear wise, we are definitely throwing in quite a bit of different uniques and a few new aspects. So our gearing is gonna look different. We're not gonna have as many generic damage stuff like elements and edge masters or even expectant on like combo point builds, just depending on which unique you actually throw in, because some of these uniques are just absolutely just so good. It also means that your tempers are more important though. Keep in mind, like your crit damage tempers for precision, your vulnerable tempers for victimize, because you won't have as much of it anymore because, well, you're wearing uniques now. So now your tempers are going to be, you're like getting a better value of vulnerable or better value of crit damage is going to mean more because you have less of it. So basically, sapphires are definitely back on weapons. No more toe passes. Period. Heartseeker, no matter what, because you're just not going to get that vulnerable damage anymore. Will the new totem unique work well with damage over time effects like poison trap? Probably not. I mean, well, keep in mind, poison trap doesn't deal much damage at all. Like it's like peanuts for damage. So you're spreading 30% of nothing, basically. I mean, Heartseeker versus Puncture for Andy's build. Oh no, you want to do Puncture. Puncture. You say Heartseeker. Zara says Heartseeker is inferior. It is inferior because all the Andy's proc care about is how often you proc it. It doesn't matter the damage of the basic attack at all. So unlike Heartseeker, Victimize, where you do care about the damage of what you deal, which is more damage than Puncture, which is why you do Heartseeker and not Puncture on Victimize builds. And Dario doesn't care. It doesn't care about your actual damage of the whatchamacallit. So what you want is more attacks and more lucky hit, right? And Puncture happens to have slightly more lucky hit overall, and Puncture also attacks more often. Therefore, you get more chances to proc Andarios, which in reality, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Not to mention, there are some things you can't use when you do Heartseeker. Like if you do Heartseeker, you can't use Pestilent Points, you can't use Bursting Venoms, you can't use Eldritch Bounty. So you have to gear for a weaker, like a little bit weaker version of the same build because you just don't have access to some of the same things Puncture does. But that's why. Twisting Blades comeback. I mean, yeah. I mean, all builds are pretty much going up in a sense. Some are going up more than others, but all builds are going to be able to kind of take advantage of most of this stuff. Okay, not true. My build will still carry 0 uniques, it seems, so not all builds. For Grenade Rogue, I assume. What if there's a unique that drops an atomic bomb? Well, knowing Blizzard, that atomic bomb will deal like 16 to 20 damage over 5 seconds. It'll look cool. Right? But it won't deal any damage. J Rockets, what's going on, man? What time does PTR start? Between 9 and 14 hours from now. 9 to 15 hours from now. Somewhere around that range. You call it the world boss nuker? Bro, Electro One. No. See what would happen is Blizzard will sit there and do like some like was it like Bahamut stuff from like Final Fantasy VII? We'll do like a cutscene where you see this big atomic bomb drop from outer space, and then we get like this big like trailer like nuke effect or whatever, and like the entire screen just like goes white, right? And then like the world boss is like smoking a cigarette after the visual and clouds is just done. He's like, you're done? You're done? All right, my turn. That was a pretty nice tan I got there from your atomic bomb, sir. I appreciate that. you, the thing about it is that like I'm not even joking. I'm like half serious. Most of proc effects in this game is usually really cool looking, but don't do shit for damage. I'm surprised that we got Andarios to work the way that it does. Credits to Zario for that, but man. Like most ultimates, they all look cool but don't do shit. Yeah, pretty much. Just got your Andy switching over from basic Heartseeker. Should I follow the starter guide build on Maxroll? Yeah. I mean, if you want to jump into Andy's, yeah, sure. But also understand that if you're going to jump into Andarios, you got to change your entire gear set. So if you're going from Heartseeker, like Victimized Heartseeker, you got to make sure you have all the proper gear to make the switch, because it's a completely different gearing set. Because you're using close quarters combat. But if I don't use Starless, the results are different. Well, I think the thing is that you're going to want to use Starless. Yeah, I don't see you trying to put the sword and the helmet together and not do Starless. Just keep in mind, the only uber unique you will want at this point would be the Starless Skies. Like if you're running, if you're running Heartseeker, or you're doing like Rapid Fire Barrage or whatever like that, and you're not doing Poison, the only uber unique is that you'll want at that point is Starless, because this helmet would be far better than a Shaco would be. So you would just use your first 4 sparks to craft a Starless Skies, and boom. It's not about Starless. I want to know the map between increased cost and reduction. I got you. I don't know how that's gonna really work in the long run. I mean, we can theory craft, we can kind of guess, right? But I don't know how it's gonna actually like truly actually work. In terms of like what's gonna get like what's going to go first in the mathematical like equation, right? You know what I mean? Like what's the order of operations for reduction between the helm and the Starless Skies, right? And also what the sword does. So we don't really know what the order of operation is and how they will calculate that. Yeah, the order really does matter. So like knowing Blizz math. Yeah, knowing Blizz math. Who knows, man? Like who knows? What do I think about Mukuna and Roxy? Do I know them? I mean, I know of them. I don't like personally know them, but I know of them. Like I know Mukuna, I know Roxy. Like I don't necessarily hang out too much in like Mukuna's chat. I do hang out in Roxy's chat more often than Mukuna. It's not that I don't like Mukuna by any means. His content isn't something that I would enjoy digesting. If that makes sense. He's cool as an individual, but his content is not the kind of content that I would lurk in. But he's obviously top Sork, obviously. So like, I mean, who doesn't know Mukuna? Blizz math, yeah, man, Blizz math. Don't worry, we'll find a way to be able to gain resources somehow with the combination of the helm, Starless, and sword. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you, we'll find some way to like gain resource, and we'll end up with like 999 resources max somehow. Somehow. Actually, I haven't heard this song in a while. Noxie, what's going on? Rank 10 innovation. All right, so yeah, I got a lot of planning to do now in terms of like what I want to try and what I want to do. But I think so. Here's some other things to think about too, guys. Here's some other things to think about. As a rogue, if we're going totem, which I think some rogue builds will, so like the that sword unique or whatever. No, it's a dagger. I think it's a dagger. The crux dagger. I think Heartseeker builds probably would do it. This means that like we won't be stacking crowd control duration anymore. Sorry, crowd trap duration anymore because we just simply can't. Which I think is a good thing because I mean obviously these other options are damage now. Like I want my damage now and I want a ton of it, which is better than I'm gonna wait 30 years for my cow traps to build his damage and hope that the boss did not move from that cow traps that entire time. And then now my damage is good. So that's a good quality of life for rogues in general because I don't think anyone really liked that kind of gameplay where we just hope that, you know, hey, please don't move from my cow traps. Please don't move from my cow traps. Please don't move from my cow traps. Please don't move from the cow traps. Please, 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 please don't. Oh, you moved from my cow traps. All right. New rift, new pit, starting over. You know, I don't resource crossbows will go up in price. I honestly think that crossbows actually might be a might go up in value as well too because you obviously you won't have to invest as much into resources if you don't attack as fast. So naturally, if you can get hit harder and not have to invest as much in the resources, that's actually a W. Because even if you do attack faster, right, you have to find some way to make up for that resource. So, right. So I think you will end up even anyway. And the advantages of having a bow over a crossbow starts to really diminish at that point. The little advantage that it normally would have. That's a lot of uniques in one build. You think it's worth with tempering. Dude, yo, this right here is definitely worth taking over a tempered sword or dagger. Like a tempered sword or dagger would not give you anywhere near this. No, nowhere near this. Maybe half of this. So yes, this is worth not taking a temper or not taking a sword or dagger with two tempers easily. And we get stat ranks 2 basic attacks. Now, granted, this is probably won't be as much as we think it is because we're gonna already have like plus, 6, 7, or 8 Heartseeker and Pins. We're gonna have. Well, actually, no. This will actually no. I'm wrong. Because this will actually mean more because we won't have a Shaco. So this is gonna actually be more valuable than I think. The double dip nerf is like an 80% damage drop. Yeah. And then we're getting roughly 50% damage increase to victimize. So we're only losing about 30%. Which I think is what Woody Joe also said. But Gorthar, what made you ask me that earlier? Frozen Heartseeker is, yeah, that's gonna be nuts too, man. Oh yeah, the 25% basic task speed. Yeah, so yeah, that there is that too. That's nice. Yeah, there's just no reason to not use this. DMX, yes, yes. Potentially plus 6 basic skills after GA and 3 max. Oh yeah, that's still true. That's true. Yeah. But your rogue won't be able to use it. Your rogue is right-handed, and this is a left-handed weapon. Yeah, I was telling people, I was telling people that rogue that Heartseeker is going to be stronger next patch. The nerf isn't as big as people thought it was, or I think it is, especially with them giving some of it back. So like, I'm glad. I'm super glad they fixed it. Like, the damage is going to be way more consistent now. No longer we're going to have the super spiky double dipping damage, and then if you don't double dip at all, you deal like very little damage. Like, it's going to feel a lot better next season. This weapon is crazy, but I like non-basic skill builds. Oh, I mean, there are other things, right? I mean, obviously you got this big old like crown of Lucian right here, which is massive. W song, yo, I think I was a junior in high school when this song came out. Every build is gonna have resource per second on armor. Wouldn't the Ring of Starless Skies balance out the helmet? We don't know, because we don't really know what the order of operations is. Like when you put in, like, let's say like the helm, right? Like you put in the helm. Oh, whoops, I did that. So you put on the helm, right? That's the second time I did that. So helm, you do the sword, right? And then you do the Starless. What is the order of operations in which our resource cost reduction is reduced? That's the question. Good night. So we don't know what the order of operations is. So we can speculate. I mean, there is one way where we basically end up even. Like, technically we can end up even, right? But that's one order of operations. Like, do we know if it's gonna? I doubt it's gonna be that way, because that makes it way too easy to put this, to get these things. I don't think Blizzard is gonna make it that easy for us to literally even out on our resources by just shooting our basic attack. Doubt it. I doubt that's gonna happen. Could be wrong, but I doubt it's gonna happen. But that's one order of operations. But I doubt it's gonna work that way. It'll be way too easy. Wait for PTR ends. Frozen North was top dog build. We know how it ends. Well, also keep in mind, Gorthar, is that the pit, the content changed, because pit 200 at the time was speed farming, and so when we were talking about speed farming, Frozen North was very, very good at speed farming. So I mean, we were all clearing pits in 2 and 3 minutes, like pit 200 in 2 or 3 minutes. So Frozen North, if pit 200 was the same as it was before, Frozen Orb would still be really good. It's just that when they changed pit for it to scale as the way it does, then obviously the boss damage of Frozen Orb got, well, revealed, right? And then that was kind of the end of that. But that wasn't so much on Frozen Orb as it was more so the content changing drastically. That just did not work in Frozen Orb's favor, and some other builds too as well. A lot of other builds, really. Right now, Sork is just Z tier. Yeah, I'm sure they'll probably make some buffs. I don't think they're gonna leave Sork the way it is. Like, I'm sure they know. Like, I'm sure they know that like Sork ain't looking good right now. Also really like how just about every unique has its own artwork and transmog. Sorka's weak, time for barb buffs. I know, right? Druid needs an overall. How does Druid look right now? Actually, I haven't really been paying attention to what they got. Yeah, Lucian would be first. Lucian. In terms of order operations, Druid stuck tier 100. They're doing a little higher than that. Definitely a little higher than that. Like I was watching I watched Boiler play, and like Boiler doesn't have like the best gear, but like he's done, you know, several like 115 120s on like wind shear and stuff, you know, without too much trouble. Obviously that's a far cry from what Barbs and Sork are doing, but you get the idea. Landslide Druid did a 135 recently. That's actually not bad. That's good for a Druid. Like, that's actually hella good for. I think on these AoE builds, you just need something like this. If ability hits 3 or less enemies, it deals X amount of damage. Well, that's the thing though. If every AoE build was like that, then like what's the point of having single target builds or AoE builds? Like, I think the problem is the content versus the build. Like if every build needs to have a single target element, then that's a problem with the game design versus the skills themselves. Speaking of which, yeah, this right here is a come down here. It's a temper, right? Like this is a temper. It's mentioned as a weapon thing. It's datamine as a weapon thing, but I'm pretty sure this is a temper. This looks like this is probably gonna end up being on like a I don't know. I actually don't know where this is to be. This looks more like a defensive temper or something. 150, 151. I thought it was 150. Yeah, imagine having this as a temper and then plus ranks to Dark Shroud, which is this is basically plus rank to Dark Shroud. This is the only reason why you would, which is absolutely nuts. Although for Shadow Step builds though, like if you want to do a Shadow Step build, which I think Mippy is working on, again, hopefully it actually pans out the way that he wants this time. He cleared 151 after he did 150. Oh, nice. Yeah, so like this would be good for like a Shadow Step build. Plus the plus ranks to agility, and this just makes Dark Shroud even more OP. Also posted what Doc is going over in Discord. Then when the PTR comes out tomorrow, or in about half a day, I guess. So what do I think about the pin shot build? I've been telling people that pin shot is really strong. Just no one plays it. No one plays it. It's very gear heavy. Like in order to play pin shot well, or to get good results well, or get good results in pin shot, you need good gear for that, because you really need to make sure that you're pretty much proc and victimized on every hit. So you have to have, I think it's like the 122%. I think it is lucky hit chance. Like you have to hit that breakpoint. Positioning is super important too. Well, I mean that's not as hard when basically you're spamming caltrops in the ground, and then you're kind of just standing in front of everything while everything is like pretty much funneling into you. So that's really not that difficult. I would say positioning would be important if you know you still had to move around. But with the way the game is played right now, it's basically, you know, everyone hug me real quick. Like let's do a big huddle, right? And then you trick him, right? And he's like, throw a cow trap, and like, haha, I got you. And then you throw a smoke grenade, right? and then you stay on top of them, and then you just like blast them with whatever skills. That's pretty much Pit right now for every single class. Right, every class is kind of like that. So I'm not like talking down upon it, but like I would say that like for that type of content, like it's not too difficult to position pretty well, given that the enemies are like standing right in front of you, on top of you. But I will say that for that pin shot build, is that again you need really good gear for that. And if you haven't seen that guy's gear, I think he's a Korean with Chinese gear, is what I was told. I was told that he has Chinese gear. He's a Korean with Chinese gear, which I guess kind of says everything you need to you need to know about it. But yeah, it's nuts. That is nuts though. Pin shot is very strong, but it's very difficult to gear for. Elon Musk had a wind shear running 1 we said 116. Best farm gear possible, yes, basically. Yep, that's pretty much what that means. Chinese gear is basically best possible gear you can actually like go, get your hands on. Quick question: do you know the PTR drops at 12 a.m. or no? No. So right now, Renji's, it is 10:45 p.m. Blizzard time on Monday. Right now, 10:45 a.m. Blizzard time. Sorry, p.m. Blizzard time. No one's at the office, meaning that they're not going to drop the patch or hit the switch or anything while they're not in the office. Gorthar said, how come you don't know me? Well, I'm like a much smaller content creator. For one, I usually stream at nighttime, so usually after hours. And I'm not a full time content creator, so I don't upload a lot of videos. Like I have a day job. So, but Gorthar, in terms of Demon Hunter is concerned, in terms of Demon Hunter is concerned, let me show you something real quick. I'm gonna show you something. Sorry for all the tabs here, guys, but yeah. And this is actually me after I cleaned up some tabs. So this is actually the cleaned up tabs, by the way. It's usually it's a lot worse than that. So you ready, Gorthar? You ready? Are you ready? Let's see. Season 28 Demon Hunter solo rank 1 Shadow Strafe and Pale clear. Season 21 solo rank 1 God 6 dual generated clear. Season 28 Demon Hunter solo rank 1 UE multi-shot clear. Season 28 solo DH 150 clear with M6 multi-shot. 1 key. Best solo Demon Hunter speeds. I actually technically had like one of the most efficient solo speed builds at the time, which actually got quite a few views based on like what my size was there at the time. Let me see. There's some other stuff. I'm not done. Rank 1 world. Rank 1 world season 27. Rank 1 world Demon Hunter clear. M6 Ray of Light. Season 26 rank 1 world Demon Hunter with unorthodox Marauder multi-shot build. Season 25 rank 1 world S6 Impale clear. World's first multi-shot M6 DH clear 150. Season 25 Marauder multi-shot DH rank 1 world. Yeah, I've done quite a bit on the in Diablo 3. I was I was considerably smaller creator at the time though. So like, I mean, obviously look at the numbers here. Like, there's, like this right here, like 2.4K views was like a lot for me at the time. Like that's a lot. Like 3.5K, I was like, holy shit, I got 3,000 viewers on this video. Like I thought I was rolling at the time, man. Even my like Demon Hunter guides and stuff like that. Like this one right here was actually real cool. Almost 10K views by now, but man, this was like my first video that actually passed like the 1,000 mark in terms of view count or whatever. But anyways, yeah. I have my spree with Demon Hunter. That's what I did in Diablo 3 is primarily the reason why Maxroll kind of got me on board for D4. I'm not doing it to flex by any means, but like I'm just saying like it's easy to like miss someone who's a much smaller creator who doesn't have a platform, obviously, to for you to find or whatever. Like you have to with me being small, unless you just been looking at the Demon Hunter leaderboards for a while, in North America especially, or the Maxroll World leaderboards or whatever for Demon Hunter, then you probably wouldn't know me in a sense. So, but yeah. That is that. Is it mic drop? It wasn't meant. It wasn't meant to be that. But I'm just like, yeah. I'm just. you said I quit. Natalia said Diablo 3. I didn't really like Natalia said either. Be honest with you, you said, but Woody Joe started off for me. I mean, obviously, Woody's Woody. Woody's goated. Obviously, like ain't no, like in terms of just as a Diablo content creator in general, Woody's goated. Right? I mean that is what that is. Right? But I think there are other creators that are doing awesome things. Like Mippy's doing really incredible things on Rogue. Him and Ava, they're kind of a tag team, but like, they come up with some crazy shit all the time. Right. And then you just got some just really good individuals that you just don't hear much about because they're just not as big. Zamakuna is top player right there. Craft is Northward. Northward doesn't take the game seriously enough to be quote unquote top player. Like would he like Northward doesn't try enough because he just doesn't care. Like I think me and Northward kind of in the same realm. I play more casual like after like the first week or whatever. But like just like Northward, I don't care about pushing Piz. Like I just don't see that as like a big measurement of like a player's ability. So I just don't do it. And it's just I don't know. I just don't enjoy doing it, right? Northward is in the similar boat, but Northward's got some crazy achievements in Diablo 3, but he's just not gonna do that in D4. He's just not. He just doesn't want to do the pit pushing stuff. He doesn't want to do it. But he absolutely has the ability to do it if he wanted to. But he plays for like 2 weeks of the season and then that's it. New Heartseeker video. That's I mean there will be next season. Like I will definitely make a new one next season. And the reason why that guy's running God Slayer Crown on that build. I mean it technically is more damage, technically, especially if you can proc it on like the stagger phases. Technically it is more damage. But I wouldn't suggest anyone do that without the crazy gear he has, though. Otherwise, you're just going to die. Like, horrific deaths. Can't discount someone just because they aren't the most well-known. Well, yeah, and I think that's just kind of true at the moment. Which Diablo content creator has the most game knowledge, you think? if you want me to be 100% honest with you, if I had to take a guess on who probably understands the game the most in and out, like the entire game, like I mean, we're talking about all classes, everything, the entire game. This is going to be a name that almost no one knows here. I would not say Rax, no. I would not say Ava either. I wouldn't say Woody. Panda Glassjaw. Panda Glassjaw. He's very few people really know who that is, but his accomplishments and what he does in hardcore on all classes is absolutely insane. But he just does, like, he's a small content creator, so people just don't know who he is. But like, and he's hardcore. Yeah, he's a hardcore player. If I had to put my money on someone who probably understands, who has the best, in my opinion, you know, in terms of content creators, the best understanding of the entire game, of all the classes in its entirety, I'd probably say Panda. Yeah. So kind of going back to, you know, not, you know, someone that no one really knows, small guy, right? Who just sits in this, you know, his corner of the content world, right? Just doing his own thing. But if you guys don't know who he is, you guys should, like, let me see if I can give him a shout out real quick. There he goes. Yeah. Now he may not necessarily be like your, I mean, because he plays, you know, he's kind of like a more serious creator, right? In a sense. So he's got a more serious vibe. But like, you should stop by at least one at some point and just kind of check him out. Just incredible, like, individual. Bow or crossbow, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You just kind of go with whatever you like. If we're talking about Heartseeker, you can't wait to play with those new Necro boots. What do the new Necro boots do? Sorry, I haven't looked at any other class except Rogue. I am like super Rogue at the moment. He is friendly. He stops by here quite often too. Like, he comes by here and chills. But like, you would think with how much he's done in this game, you would think he would have a bit more of an ego, but he doesn't. Like, you would never, like, you talk to him and you would never know he's been doing all the stuff that he does. It's cool. Is it your first tournament with your Heartseeker build? I gave you all the credit. I mean, I guess the thing is I'm happy that I was able to bring it to Maxroll. I think that's probably the biggest thing. Like, I'm happy I was able to bring it to Maxroll. If you should credit anyone for me bringing it to Maxroll, like, as fast as I did, I would credit Boazon. So like, Boazon, who's in the chat right now. Because honestly, I have my own planner and Theorycraft going, but I didn't think it was going to be as good. So it was just going to be a personal thing that I was going to have for myself, that I was going to run. And then Boa kind of like inspired me to take it to Maxroll, because it was like, I think this is going to be really good. And I'm like, okay, like, how good do you think it's going to be? Like, how good? And he's like, I think it's like better than Barrage. I think it's like, you know, probably close to Rapid Fire. And I'm like, damn, that good? I was just thinking this was be a fun side build. But he convinced me that this was going to be like bigger than that. And I'm like, okay, so I probably need to, you know, probably, instead of just having it as a personal planner, actually put this on Maxroll. So like, Boazon was actually a pretty big inspiration for me, like, going ahead and making the move to put it on Maxroll. Because like, he made his own planner and stuff like that, and I was looking at it too, and I'm just like, oh yeah, we we definitely have similar ideas and similar thoughts. But I guess again, I just thought it was just going to be a personal fun side project or whatever. I did not think it was going to explode to be Rogue's most popular build at the end of the day, right? So, which actually kind of seems really awkward right now because like I think Bozon and Thomas are arguing while I'm giving Bozon some credit at the moment, but anyhow, yeah, yeah, but yeah, so yeah, thank Bozon for like inspiring me to like put this on like, Maxroll as early as I did because it would have eventually came to Maxroll, but it wouldn't have came to Maxroll as quickly as it did. Had it not been from like me talking with Bozon for a bit and him kind of like pushing it. Not gonna say pushing it, but like really believing in the power of this. Where I'm thinking, I'm just gonna pew some stuff and hey, shit dies. That sounds fun. I mean, eventually I would have, if it would have been like, oh shit, this is actually really good, and then I would have did a guide on it eventually on Maxroll, but it was just gonna be a personal planner, and that was it. Like legit, that was it. Zario's up, man. You see these datamines. I know, man. I know. Like it totally blew up everything I planned on. I planned on doing. I was like, oh shit. Okay, back to the drawing board, in a good way. In a good way. I'm sorry. I missed which bill you're talking about. Heartseeker, yeah, Heartseeker. We also got Zario in the YouTube chat, who's the creator of Andariel's. We got some awesome players here, man. I think that's the thing. I think too. I think we were talking about it earlier. I think Gorthor was just talking about some like creators or whatever like that. There are many names out there, like many guys who do like some awesome things that just are not mainstream, right? And they add such value to the community in different ways. It says, sorry, thanks for that with the Andes. Yeah. I made sure, by the way, for anyone who's looking at the Maxroll guide, I do got to do like another update pass or whatever on the Andes build on Maxroll. But I made sure, like in the opening title, that is not, I did not come up with that. That is not my build. Intro paragraph definitely gave credit to Zario because obviously without him, we would have not. Somebody probably would have came across it at some point, but it probably would have came quite a bit later. So Zario kind of brought it up in season 2 and like really put it out there in like the mainstream. So now we are able to come up with our own like, I guess, like identity for it or whatever, or versions of it, or however you want to go about it. Are she going to be super open? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Zario. Yeah. Yeah. At least the good thing, Zario, is that I don't think we have less reliant on cow traps we're less reliant on cow traps now than we were before, because no longer are we forced to keep the boss and the cow traps for about 2 years before doing massive damage, because we can't really fit in crowd control duration as much as we could before. At least on the Heartseeker build, I'll put it that way. Because there's no need. So I'm actually quite happy that, he's like, oh, I'm willing on this boss for 4 minutes. Oh, crap. He stepped out of my cow traps. All right, reset. Reset the pit, guys. Reset. Let's do it again. These people are still going to go for it. Yeah, but I know. But I guess the difference between dropping 45%, like dropping the cow traps where he leaves and you lose 45% damage ramp up versus losing like 120% damage ramp up, it's like night and day, right? So, Linda, what's going on? Like, I don't mind losing a 45% damage ramp up. Like, that's okay. Like, I don't feel as bad, right? But I feel horrible if I lose 80% plus, because you have to wait all that time to get it back. Getting back to 45% isn't that bad, but getting back to 80, 85% and making sure they stay in that little spot, That's annoying. That's frustrating. So I think the quality of life goes up in my in my opinion. I mean, you're still gonna want to try to keep that 45%, or if you get one roll on a dagger or sword, depending on the build you're playing, you still want to, but I like you. You're honest like me after drinking 1 liter of vodka. Oh no, man, I'm gonna always be honest, man. I'm gonna always be honest. Like I said, Boazon was my inspiration on putting the Heartseeker on the Maxroll. So you guys might thank me for having it on Maxroll, but you should thank Boazon for the inspiration there. And the reason why Andes is even on Maxroll to begin with is because Zario created a build back in season 2. So I always give credit where it's due. Hey buddy, I understand. What question? What looks level is the most productive to get master material for masterwork? I understand at 99. 101 is good, basically. Yo, this cold clip rogue aspect though. I know. You see the 2-second cooldown distant pull aspect? That should make clear space super easy. I saw that. I'd be very surprised if that stays at that value. That just seems, considering what the way the game is played right now, that just seems just ridiculously good, especially with the damage buff. I mean, you would easily give up any sort of like you would give up concussor strikes or something for this, obviously, because I mean this is way better. I mean, you lose what, 10% multiplicative, but you gain a freaking pull. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is executing all non-boss enemies a real thing? According to the data mine, it's actually non-elites as well. So you're not going to be able to execute elites, which I mean, I figured that was going to be the case. There's no way that we were going to be able to execute elites. I did not think that was going to, like that. I knew some words were missing. Yeah, creeping death is, yeah. I'm surprised to see that back, but it's also cool. Also, Zaria, let me ask you a question since you're here. So because it says you deal, right, the damage from you instead, how sure are we that this works with Andes? Since the Andy is the proc itself and not you. Like, I hope it works, but with the way it's worded, I mean, we know for sure Poison Abuse will work, but what Andy's for is the question. Only because of the way it's worded. Sure, I don't see why. Okay. I'm just curious. All right. I really wish Wind Force was worth a shit. Hopefully, season 5 it might be usable. Well, we don't really have the actual, so I don't think the data mine has the actual number increases of the uniques or whatever. So like, I don't think we know like the item stats. Like, I don't think that we have the item stat rolls, like the correct item stat rolls. So I mean, who knows? But I mean, at the moment, we're already using, I think on a lot of builds, we're already using 2, 3, 4 uniques or whatever. If it's said from a skill, then I'd be worried. That'd be one thing I would test those, Arya, because I want to be positive about this, but realistically speaking, it's Blizzard, right? And you never know. I guess I can like put this on like the Ava report and just be, hey, just to be certain, please put that in your test log. For Andes. These aspects look too good to be true. I'm glad it honestly I'm glad it shakes things up. I'm kind of tired of the whole like generic edge masters, expectant elements. Like it's kind of cool to kind of see more specific aspects doing certain like specific things. So I kind of like the shake up a lot. That it means that we're going to be building quite a bit different. Our Paragon boards will be mostly the same though. Like our Paragon boards aren't going to really move much for most builds. Like I think we'll just kind of just import the Paragon board we had in season 4, unless they make changes to glyphs or like major changes that were undocumented or whatever. I think most of the Paragon boards would be mostly similar, with the exception of Rogue adding trick shot or tricks of the trade into almost every build, because now is I mean we can keep it up pretty easily on most builds. So we'll probably add tricks of the trade for almost all builds there, and then but yeah, outside of that though, I think gearing is going to be pretty nutty, pretty different. Out from beyond 100% loose is useless if that is the case. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do hope so, because I mean, if not, I mean, the thing about it right now is that like Heartseeker gains has gained a ton, and it'll be nice to make sure that like something like Endarios and Pinshot and some of the other things are like as competitive still. I'm not saying that I mind Heartseeker being, I guess, at the top with some of these things, I guess, but I don't want like or I don't really care what's at the top. I just don't like when you have something that's just that much better than something else, because then you have everybody kind of just gearing towards that one thing. Like right now in the current season, I like it a lot, because like Heartseeker and Andes are really close. In fact, Andes is the better speed farmer and also the better like torment boss farming kind of thing, even though Heartseeker can push higher. So I think that's a good balance. So it's kind of like you can do either or. They're both very good. Like that's kind of I would play this way, and his build is good. Oh, I would play this way, and that's build is good. Even Rapid Fire is doing well. Pinshot freaking clear 1-4. Like there's actually more build balance right now, ironically, even with the bugs given, than we've had in some time. So like Heartseeker and Darius, Pinshot, even though no one plays it, Rapid Fire is doing really well right now too. Like Twisting Blaze is kind of like made it come up a little bit, even if it is like high A tier or whatever. But it's kind of made it come up. Like that's pretty good build balance, considering that that's a lot of builds that can do a lot of things well. And so like I don't want to disrupt that going into season 5, where something just pulls out so far ahead, and then now we're kind of back to, oh, I guess we got to play this if we want to do this, or feel this type of strong or whatnot. Like I don't want to go back to that. I think right now is, in terms of balance concern, is good. Now in terms of like mechanics, we can talk about Rapid Fire all day for like a whole different subject about mechanics and why I still feel a certain way about it. But in terms of just, power between the builds, I mean, you got 4 really good, really strong builds, and then you got Twisting Blaze knocking on the door right there, and it's just like, that's good. Like that's good. Right, that's good. And I want to continue to keep it that way while bringing Flurry up, and with the new Bane of the Stricken aspect, which is kind of nuts. It's cool, it's nutty, and it's awesome, and stuff. But that's why I do want this to work, Andy's, because like let's just say for whatever strange reason it didn't, that would be bad for balance across the board. So I'm hoping and praying it does, because I like it when people argue, oh, this bill is better than that bill. Like they're so close, but the fact that we can even have a conversation is like, that's a good thing. Right, that's a good conversation to have. Oh no, I played rapid fire and I did this. Oh well, you did that. Oh well, on my pin shot build, I did this yesterday. Everybody's like, what you did? What on your pin shot build? Yo, bro, I did this on my pin shot build. He's like, bro, I'm gonna play some pin shot, man. You know, like those are good conversations to have. Those are the conversations you want to have. Like that's good. That's good. Said, what's Zario's Twitch name? I don't think Zario streams on Twitch. He said you enjoy his math videos. I'm there. I watch basically every video. I have the notification on and everything. So when he does post, I get a chance to watch at some point during the day. I guess depending on what these extra buffs will be for the Uber Uniques they announce before the season starts. Otherwise, these uniques will outshine these by a lot. I don't think so. I wouldn't say by a lot. No. Andy's is still up there. Like Andy's is still up there. Like it's up there. Especially if this works, obviously, which it should. Right. No, Andy's is still up there. I think what really takes the cake right now for Heartseeker is this weapon. This weapon and possibly the totem thing. If the totem thing, if the victimized hits the totem, and it's the like if the victimized procs on the totem from a mob that can be crowd controlled, and then it procs in the boss, like that's pretty major. So the helm could be used too for Heartseeker. Yeah, so like the helm, sword, and Starless Skies, basically. Like that would be the triple threat. But the thing about it is, Zario, since you're here, since you're really good at the math thing, right? What would be the order? What would be the order of operations for this? It's like in terms of like resource costs and resource gain or whatever from the crown, shard, and Starless Skies. I think that's like the real question, because technically speaking, if you do one order, if you do one way of order of operations, you can legit cancel out the resource, and it will cost almost like practically zero, which I seriously doubt Blizzard planned it that way, because that would be stupidly OP for no reason. Like that would be just dumb. Like there needs to be some sort of like consequence for for having this kind of like power. So, yeah, I don't know what the order of operations is, so it's gonna be kind of hard to figure out whether or not like what you will actually need to be able to sustain this. It's a test room online. Man, between 8 and 12 hours from now. You have to cast Core Skills for Starless though? No, you don't have to. Nope. You just got to spend resource. So because now you spend resource with this, because this says you spend resource, now Starless Skies work. And now Starless Skies is a much better, well, not much better, but it's a good multiplier to have. That's going to also give you resource cost reduction, which is going to help with this. But this is still will be very expensive though. Like, you're looking at trying to find other ways to be able to reduce your costs like big time. Like you're still looking at like taking like resource cost reduction probably on like weapons and whatnot, and maybe like I want to say an aspect, but probably a temper or something like that, a ring or something. But yeah, it's gonna be nuts trying to figure out how to like make that work. Like you might even have to like lower your attack speed breakpoint to kind of like be able to manage that cost. Depending on like, because even if you lower your breakpoint by like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 or whatever, like you're looking at what, 28 to 35% damage loss for like a 4 or 5 breakpoints, maybe 40%, but this would be worth more than that. Right, so even if you lower your breakpoint by that much, this will by far make up for that. So like, if you could sustain it, because obviously sustaining it is important. but I don't think we will have to. I'm sure we can probably find a way to figure it out, but that might give more value to a crossbow because naturally it's just gonna attack a little slower and hit a little, hit harder or whatever, but slower attack, and that will play in the favor of this per se. Zara says if I had to guess, the 75% resource cost reduction is subtractive, so you would go down to 25%. But then the plus 25 per use is additive, so in 5 stacks it'll just go back up to 150%. Then Starless Skies is multiplicative, so we're reduced to 150 by 50, so reduced down to 75%. That actually sounds awful. That sounds really bad. It's like you throw 2 Heartseekers and then you're gonna have to, kind of wait a little bit to get your your resources back. It'll be 2 hell of a Heartseekers though. But keeping resources high would be important for that ability too. Yeah. So yeah. I think trying to figure out how to make this work is gonna be like the next the point where it may not necessarily be worth trying to go for the crime. But then you can't just like not take 125%. Like, ain't no way you just not take it. Shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna figure it out. Oh, Junk, what's going on, man? How am I? Thanks for the videos to help me a lot. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. $75% of 25, which is $18.75, and with Innersight and oh yeah, I forgot about Innersight. Okay, yeah, well, I guess that's not that bad then. I'm definitely going crossbow again though, and that because now that that little bit of vulnerable damage on the implicit actually means a little bit more than it did, because we're gonna have less vulnerable tempers because you're wearing the sword. You can't temper vulnerable on that. If you go with the other like unique dagger, you can't temper vulnerable on that. You go Starless Skies, you can't temper vulnerable on that. So like vulnerable damage will actually have a little bit more a little more value than it did before, because you're going to be missing vulnerable tempers. How you not going to go for 125% multi? We're trying though. We're trying. I think we can. It just the order. I think I just didn't really know what the order of operations were going to be in terms of how this is going to be calculated, because let's be honest, boiler Blizzard math. So like, I just don't want to think it's too good to be true to sit there and throw this and Starless Skies and then be able to spam Heartseeker with very little problems. Right? Like, that's just way too good to be true. Like, way too good to be true. Heartseeker will still be generating resources also? No. Heartseeker itself doesn't generate any resources at all unless you put an aspect on it. Puncture generates resources, but only if they're slowed. Blizzard math is worse than Comment Corner. But what up, Boiler? How's it going, man? We're not even playing right now, bro. We're just going over the datamine stuff. I almost don't really have, which probably might suck for those who would looking for some gameplay today. But honestly, I kind of just want to wait until tomorrow to blast like crazy. I'm gonna be playing a lot of the PTR, so. But I'm still gonna be streaming my normal-ish times though, so don't expect me to kind of like start my stream at like 2 something and that not happening. But I will be doing like 9-10 hour streams at night. Do I know DMRX? Yeah, yeah, I know DMRX. I was watching. I was sub to DM's content before he became big. Like back when he was like doing Diablo Immortal stuff. I was watching him then, and I was cool with him then. Um, Rax. Well, of course, everybody knows Rax. Yeah, Zarya. Yeah, see that. That's yeah. I had to test it. Yeah, I can eventually play PTR. Yeah, you definitely should, man. Can you explain to you why you haven't gotten an Uber job after close to 100 tournament runs? Am I missing something, or does D4 hate you? D4 hates you. D4 hates you. Hate to tell you, bro, but D4 just hates you, man. I've had a streak like that in like season 2 and season 3 where like I just could not get a season 2. I couldn't get a Uber. I couldn't get a single Uber unique in like 400 Dorio runs. Grandfather with 200% damage is crazy. I mean, after looking at what some of the rogues are getting, I mean that just kind of just seems like that seems like pretty good. Like I look at that and I'm like I just smile, like a little pipe hanging out to my mouth, and then I kind of just look at this right here, and I just take a puff on my pipe real quick. You know what I'm saying? With my robe next to the campfire. I was like, oh really now? Oh really now? Okay. But with that being said, though, I got some more people coming in now. With that being said, though, I don't. Again, hot topic for those who probably just came in the stream. All this power creep really kind of like makes open world content like more trivial than it already is. I'm not saying all this stuff isn't cool to play around with. It's great to have the gear differently than we did in season 4, which is awesome. But our damage numbers are going to skyrocket, which means that they're going to have less. They're just going to mean less. I was telling people I think we're going to have to start going into scientific notation for our damage numbers, or start getting a widescreen monitor, or doing like a multi-monitor setup for each part of a number. So 3 numbers on one monitor, a comma in between the monitor, 3 numbers in your main monitor, a comma in between that monitor, and so like I really do hope that the new in-game mode becomes challenging enough, and I do really wish they would do something like either rebalance the world tiers so that like the last tier can be like more challenging for the power creep that they're giving us, I guess. The real solution is really just one of the real solutions is to really do like a whole damage crunch, which they won't do until maybe the expansion. Maybe I don't know. But I just don't want to get to a point where like the content becomes so trivial that I'm not having fun with all the cool stuff. To get dinner with Woody Joe and talk about rogue theory crafting. So I met Woody Joe at BlizzCon, like in person. We actually did go out to eat. He literally sat next to me too. Well, he was actually around me like the majority of the first day of BlizzCon when we all kind of got there. Uh, it's funny just to see how Woody Joe like reacts to like American like custom or whatever custom Americans have. um, it was really funny just to watch like Woody Joe just be so shocked about how things were done, or at least, and we were in California, so obviously California is like its own place in America, right? It's its own thing. But it was really cool hanging around Woody. during that time frame. Just kind of just watch them, like just watch the culture shock uh, that comes. But it's funny because like everybody who came from the EU, who got flown in over from the EU, uh, everyone was jet lagged except Woody. Woody was the only one that was actually still alert after flying for like 12 hours, 13 hours, like as if nothing happened. Which sounds like Woody because obviously he stays up for like insane hours blasting, like the beginning of the seasons and whatnot. So like jet lag is not even a thing for him because he's probably still up blasting anyways by the time the hours catch up to him, right? But like Anna Cake was like jet lag. She was so jet lagged. I felt bad for her because like she just didn't really seem herself throughout most of the trip. Um, and some others, gosh, I forgot her name. What's her name? Anna, Anna Friska, Friska, Anna Friska, something like that. Same thing there. But yeah, some of the Europeans were just so jet lagged. You can tell. America, low key third world country. That's how she sees America, anyways. I don't doubt the WoW streamer with the red hair. Yes, yes, her. Yeah, it's funny because like she actually, because like when we got the rooms or whatever, like she was like maybe 3 rooms down from me, and like I knew of her, but like I didn't know how to like say hi. It was just kind of because I mean obviously she's like way bigger, name or whatnot, and I'm just like some like you know little dude in the corner or whatever, right? She probably didn't even know who I am. I'm just like wanted to say hi because like a lot of times she'll come out of her room or whatnot. Like I'll see her coming out as I'm coming out. I just kind of want to say hi and then whatchamacallit. And like I just never got a chance to. uh yeah, so now I get honest for sure. Higher world tiers mixed with deeper pits, and hopefully these raids will have difficulty tiers. Give better words because game's gonna be a joke to do T100 pit already is, but now it'll be really good. I'm just hoping we just don't hit tier 100 tier 200 anytime soon, man. I guess I probably wouldn't care because the season 5 content should be way more fun. Hopefully, like I'm so hoping that that's way more fun than Pit. I don't dislike Pit, but I mean for something challenging, like I like Pit for speeds, like Pit for speed content where I can sit there and just kill shit and not have to worry about picking up gear till later. I kind of like that. Like that's kind of fun. In terms of like testing my gear and whatnot, not really the biggest fan of Pit. I hope the new content fills that void a little bit. Feels bad, wasn't even following. How dare you? How dare you enjoy the content for free and not follow, and then you follow and still enjoy the content for free? How dare you? I'm totally kidding, by the way. Appreciate you. How's recovery going? It's going okay. Actually, this week, this past week was actually a little better. The week before that was rough. It's generation stuff. You telling you this stuff? No. Don't do that. Honestly, you know what you guys can do? Since let's see, Gorther likes my honesty. You know what you guys can do? Instead of subbing, like instead of subbing to me or whatever. Not saying that like no content creator wouldn't like a sub. I mean, sure we do. But like if you don't want to pay Amazon like half your money because you subbed to a content creator, if you're on Twitch, you can literally just go to my YouTube channel because I'm also streaming over there too as well. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. That actually would do more. If enough people did that, that would do more than a sub, and it's free. It costs you nothing. It costs you legit nothing. Or if you want to be a baller, right? You can watch on Twitch. Sorry, you can watch on YouTube or whatever. Mute it on YouTube, but listen to it on Twitch, so therefore you can get the music, because the YouTube quality is actually better than the Twitch quality. The Twitch quality, but you don't get the playlist on YouTube. So if you watch it on both platforms, that actually does more for my content than any sub will from that particular individual. So like, let's say one person says, okay, I'm gonna watch it on Twitch and YouTube. That actually does more for my content than a sub sub would. You're so kind. What a way to say that. But seriously though, like if I had to tell you how you can best support my content, that's the best way you can do it. And it doesn't cost you a dime to do it. Just being honest, just being 100% honest, looking at my analytics and stuff like that, it's literally the best way to support. And it's free. What time is PTR? What, 7.5 hours? Like between 7.5 hours and 12.5 hours from now, roughly. Somewhere around that range. Actually, you know what? If Twitch would allow me to, I could actually stream to YouTube at like 1440p. But Twitch doesn't like that, because then Twitch is like, you know, basically I'm giving YouTube the better quality bit, you know, the better quality vid feed, and like they're not gonna let me do a stream if I. So, although there is a OBS beta right now that allows me to stream Twitch 1440p, but I haven't dived into that quite yet. When is PTR live? Between 7 and 12 hours from now. Any suggestions on what to sacrifice to boost it elsewhere? You could try on boots, like just like an armor roll on boots. Boots, pants. You stay subscribed, yeah. So yeah, same thing, I guess. So yeah, if you can like and subscribe on YouTube, that's insane. That would do wonders. Like, you don't have to sit there and like don't do notification or like that. You don't have to do that by any means, but like youngest Samuel Jackson. Love the sponsored content on YouTube. Reasons to have an AIG. The stream is very different without music. It is. If you're so used to hearing my playlist on Twitch, it's kind of hard to like, you know, deal on YouTube. It's my stream ever. Your Sam Jackson voice. Yeah, I can't. I just can't. I can't do. YouTube won't allow me to play music, live music. They won't. Yeah. I hope for real season 5 let tons of builds be really good, strong. To be honest with you, like the builds that are already good are just gonna be even stronger. I mean, there will be some builds that like get some love that will come up, but the builds that are at the top right now will pretty much remain at the top, but just be better. At least in the rogue side of things. There is a shadow step thing that Mippy's trying to do. I know he probably a little sad that it didn't work out in season 4 like he wanted to. Like the theory was there, but the application wasn't. If he can get vulnerable, if he can get victimized to proc, if the target is vulnerable before it dies, before it gets one shot, then you should be able to proc victimize, which should be able to become a build again. But yeah. So I think he's kind of working on that. I think he really wants to play that. So hopefully we'll have like that in the mix as well. I will listen to the Butcher Loaf. At least on YouTube though, you can. It's like, was it BYOM? Bring your own music, I guess. I didn't have much confidence in that South Step build was going to struggle against bosses from the get go. You're right. You were right. I remember you saying that. Although Doc said yesterday, Woody said that apparently with Smoke Grenade, of Heartseeker as a whole will be even stronger than now. Would you agree? I mean, well, yeah. There's a lot of things that are gonna make Heartseeker stronger next season. Smoke Grenade is definitely one of them because now it works on bosses. So that's a big plus, like a ginormous plus. Like the damage buff actually works on bosses. And not just like when it's staggered, but just literally on the boss itself, which is juicy. I always use Smoke Grenade on my builds anyway though. There isn't a single build that I've played that didn't involve Smoke Grenade in some way, shape, or form. I just like the skill. Like I'll find some way to put it in there. It's like, dang, I have no room. All right, Dash, you're gone. We're just walking everywhere. It's okay. It's okay. We're just gonna we're just gonna walk. It's not as effective, but oh well. maybe not that extreme, but yeah. Do I have any GA attack speed lucky hit gloves for sale? Nah, I don't even have that on a glove period. My gloves are very basic, so if I had it, I'd be wearing it. Haven't found the Andes yet? Yeah, I haven't. I have an Andes. Waiting patiently for me to try Andes build. I actually did do some Andes Heartseeker the other day. I mean, my gear wasn't that great, obviously, because it was just put together stuff. But yeah, we did some Heartseeker Andes, and while on paper, obviously is worse than Puncture. On paper, it didn't look that bad, but I think in practice, it's just so much to try to keep up with, man. In terms of like the close quarters combat buff, because you're not really that close, right? You know, you're not really on top of them. The point of Heartseeker is to kind of like be able to kind of hit things from afar a little bit, poke things or whatnot a bit further, and get some procs that way. And it becomes difficult to like get your shadow step and dash to kind of keep up crowd control or close quarters combat. And like I did get used to it a little bit. It took me a little while to get used to it, but it's definitely not worth the effort versus just playing regular Puncture. It's not. Like even as like a side fun thing, I just think it's just so much to try to juggle for something that's supposed to be fun. And this is coming from someone who loves pushing buttons. Like I love pushing all kinds of buttons, all buttons, every button possible. And even I found it quite taxing for what you were getting in return for it. Hey, do you know much about Rogue? Nah, not really. But if it's a basic question, I could probably answer it for you. So if you combine Inner Sight and Beast Fall boots and see what happens with the unlimited energy and then cash your ultimate and then core skill, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work the way that you're thinking it does. Because the thing about it is that you still have to, in order for your Beast Fall boost to work, you still have to, like your ultimate skill is on cooldown. So you only get that one burst, and then that's kind of really it. So yeah, doesn't matter if you have unlimited energy at that point. Sugar Honey Icy, love that song. Make your own quest. How many nerds can I make rage quit today? It's like a daily quest. Missing out on the Nova Pros from BV is kind of big too. Yeah, that too, because you have to go an alternative route where you don't get the Nova Procs, you can't get the Eldritch Bounty, legendary nose, so you're already kind of like starting off from like a weaker point, right? And then like if you're gonna start off obviously being weaker than the regular version, at least it's just it should offer more quality of life of some sort to make up for the fact that you're not going to do as much damage. And it's actually quite the opposite. So I was kind of like taken back by it, but I was like, okay, we tried it, and probably won't do it again. You're looking for a rogue to one shot bosses. We have it. We have a build guide on Maxroll for that, by the way. Like go to maxroll.gg, go to rogue, and then go to specialized, and then you'll see a one shot rogue. He's a real life rogue. Yeah, I have gloves with 1 GA crit chance and 1 GA lucky hit with 3 crit rolls. Lucky hit GA and task hit GA and the task GA is so expensive. It is. I've never seen it. I think my glove has just GA lucky hit on it, I think. Is it the same as normal D4 start at level 1? Every season you start over. Am I going live when PTR goes live? No. I mean, I'll play throughout the day, but I think most of my stuff is going to be at nighttime, like normal. Um, I need to kind of still take my recovery as serious as I possibly can. So I can't really like throughout the day I'm kind of like laying down and like not. So I need to chill kind of most of the day. I mean, I got some things to do too as well, but I need to kind of not do too much. So what am I recovering from? I had a double hernia surgery like 7 weeks ago. My recovery has kind of been back and forth, kind of annoying. I'm not completely healed, but I'm not healed enough to like do things quite do too many things. So yeah, yeah, it sucks days. It absolutely sucks. I would not wish this on anyone, not even like the New England Patriots, or maybe the New England Patriots. Depends on the years. Depends on the years. But outside of that, no one else though. No one else. Yeah, it's horrible. Cold res rings are like 6 bill. Oh man. Why did Maxroll put grenades D tier? Should it at least be B tier? Um, Honestly, I don't know. That's a good question because I don't think Woody's played it. I don't think any of us has really played it much past the PTR. Has Woody played it since the PTR? I don't think he has, or the midseason buffs or whatever. Um, no, no. Um, Peacha, can you send me like Can you send me a video of like your like DM me your latest clear on grenade? Because I can't make a case for it unless I have like someone saying, oh, this guy did this with this kind of thing, and then they can that's something that we can look at and be like, oh yeah, that's good, cool, we'll move it. But it has to be like a we all agree type ordeal thing. I think it's because no one's really seeing. Like, I think I'm the only one that's like probably seeing it, and so therefore I can't just be like, oh yeah, grenade's B tier, and I don't have anything to show for it. If that makes sense. The Globlo 3-man carry, yeah, that even better, Peacha, even better. A rogue with the hernia problem, minus 50% mobility. Oh man. This is me having to lay back for a little bit. Yeah, the masterwork on the frigid exploit neck. What would you prioritize? On Heartseeker, probably exploit. But if you get frigid, it's still really good. Yeah, next season I would prioritize. I would probably prioritize frigid over. Not probably, definitely would. If trick attacks works the way I think it does, now that I got Boa here, I think Zarya. I'm gonna serve Zarya still on YouTube. Do we know? Are we like? Do we know how trick attacks is going to scale? Like, is the 12% going to scale to 36%, or is the 2% going to scale up to 3, 4, or 5 when we rank up? Like, what are your guys' thoughts? Let's go to a different screen. We kind of been on the screen for a bit. You appreciate it. Give some credibility to Bill. Yeah, no problem. To be 100% honest with you, I didn't think about it, and I wasn't sure where we put it. Because these meetings are like long. Like when we talk about tier list meetings, they're freakishly long. PTR, no, just do patch. Sorry, vanilla, just do ! patch. Ignore the vulnerable damage temper on the amulet. Yes, for sure. Can't be sure until seeing after again. So no, there's no thoughts. Like you don't have like any actual like, because like if this actually goes up, like if this goes up by 12% per rank, like, I mean, then trick attacks makes a strong case for an amulet, and then you can put this on gloves too. So like you can you can put this on gloves. You can like gloves is easy, right? So I guess at this point, you'll probably end up sacrificing some utilities just for some trick attack rolls if it really goes up like this. Enduring Faith looks good for our core. Crypt Monthly. Oh, by the way, for anyone else who's here, any anime junkies in chat, I just finished watching Solo Leveling, so I'm caught up with all my anime now. I'm caught up with Demon Slayer, finished Jujutsu Kaisen, just finished watching Solo Leveling the past couple of days. Solo Leveling, honestly, Solo Leveling in terms of like the beginning, like because like how like most anime starts off like with a really cheesy opening storyline that is like so like cringe, right? The first like 2 or 3 episodes are always cringe, and then like the fourth episode is like a banger, and you're just like, all right, now it's good. Like now it's good, right? Like Jujutsu Kaisen started off really horrible, like mostly horrible. Um, I say mostly in terms of a storyline. Demon Slayer, same thing. Like first 2 episodes were just like, what the hell is this, man? But Solo Leveling, like caught my attention from the start. Like it was actually good from the start. Um, but yes, yo, Solo Leveling is like so good. So good. Yeah, I'm hooked, man. So yeah, I can't even say which one of the three is my favorite right now, man. But like Solo Leveling, like the thing about Solo Leveling is that it's so like it's relatable. It's so relatable because we game, right? We game, so it's like it's so easy to just get into because it's like, yeah. I put my points in the strength too all the time. um, it's just so relatable, like as a gamer, and so like I like the way that they tied what that is to the rest of like the storyline and what I think it's kind of cool. I think it's one of the definitely less cheesier storylines of most of your Shonen Jump ish type animes. Um, Bruce Willis versus Luke Cage. What? I don't even know where that's coming from. You said Windbreaker. Okay. The only other anime that caught my attention from the start, like from episode one, that was good, was Attack on Titan. Like episode one was just like really good. The sick pride, you said, appreciate the help in chat, and I said, yeah, I haven't done it. I haven't done a thing. I haven't done anything in this chat. We literally just been talking about, well, some rogue stuff and some game stuff. Now I'm talking about some anime. We haven't like even we haven't even entered the game yet. We haven't. Shangri. Just check out that. What's that about? Got any idea when PTR is opening up? Uh, about 7 out, like between 7 and 12 hours from now. Right now, Blizzard is asleep. It is 11:56 p.m. for them right now, so Blizzard is not awake. You said it's another gaming anime. I haven't actually finished. What was it? Sword Art Online. I think I've never actually finished that. I started that like a while ago and like never actually finished. Bro's mom gets eaten right at the gate. Yeah, I know, right? Right, Crit? I know. Yeah. Attack on Titan story is like so good. That and Levi makes the for me makes the anime. And anytime he's about to fight, anytime he's about to fight, I grab some popcorn. I'm like, oh shit, this gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Are we able to copy our current seasonal characters to the PTR? I think so. I think they already did, actually. Dude, just put that message about when the PTR starts on the screen. Usually, I mean, you're not wrong, but I guess I don't see myself as like a big streamer per se. So like, I don't really get as many of these questions as like, let's say Woody Joe or Wax does. So like, I just don't think I would get that question that often in a sense until it actually happens, and I'm just like, I probably should put it up there. Have a cop the One Piece though, bro. That's impossible. That is an impossible goal. I have not seen a single episode of One Piece yet, and every time I think about starting, I'm just like, bro, there's just no way I'm gonna ever catch up ever in life. Like I'm gonna die and have my grandkids be like, yo, y'all have to finish this up for me because I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It's like, look, I got into episode 733, grandkids. You got to finish this for me. The last thing I got going is my deathbed. Please finish One Piece for me. Oh man. It is, yeah, I can't it's such a good anime, but I just can't I can't I just don't think I would ever have the time to be able to catch up, man. Like I will sit there and like neglect responsibility for way too long and then still won't even be halfway through the anime and then lose everything I got to only get to episode 500. Like I just can't do it, man. I can't do it. Let's get the first 5 seasons of fillers. The live action One Piece on Netflix was actually really good. What was it? Really? Was it really close to the source material? Godslayer on Heartseeker the hitter? Not next season though. I mean, you can actually do it this season if you want. Um, it's actually kind of nice. I prefer the Shaco, but you can definitely do Godslayer on Heartseeker. Gorthar. Gorthar, what you sipping on tonight, man? What you sipping on tonight? You see Road Pit 151? Yeah, the pin shot. I don't even want to know how much he paid for that gear. I don't want to know. I do not want to know. But I do think that most people who are probably pushing around that tier anyways on any particular build has probably got similar gear anyway, right? Or at least close to. So I think relative to the other players doing what they're doing, I think that that's very impressive. Impressive in terms of like the build itself, like the build being able to actually like in the 150, like he killed the boss in like 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Like I'm like, what? Like what? Like pin shot. Like we're talking about pin shot, right? That's insane. For billions in your Rob voice. Zerai, what's going on, man? Yeah, victimized quadra dipping. Yeah. You ever watch Kenshin back in the day? I did. I did. I did. I kind of miss that and like that. I know like anime or whatnot, but I also kind of miss some of the old school cartoons too, man. Old school cartoons. One of my favorite cartoons actually growing up that I think was so underrated, like so underrated, was and this might I don't know how old you guys are or whatnot, but Freakazoid was one of my favorite cartoons that just did not get enough like attention. I mean, its time slot actually, like his time slots or whatever, really weren't that great either. But Freakazoid was so good. What I know about Freakazoid, what you know about Freakazoid? Bro, his flying noise when he's like running on the ground every time trips me out. Nah, but Freakazoid was goated, man. One of my favorite episodes was when I actually forgot the bad guy's name, but I think I forgot his name, but he had his like he basically just had a brain or whatever as a face. God, I forgot his name. But Freakazoid spent the entire episode like critiquing like you know, his ability to villain, basically. Like he just couldn't villain well. He was like, bro, you just like he was just basically so disappointed of how bad of a villain he was or whatever. That episode. And like the villain was just like apologizing the entire time because he was so bad at it. Biker Mice, yes. Yo, the game was fun. The game was fun. You play Biker Mice, the game? The racing game? I had that on what was it, Super Nintendo, I think it was. Darkwing Duck, yes. Darkwing Duck, the Tick. Darkwing Duck, the Tick. Tick was fun too. Static Shock, yes. Street Sharks, yes. Yeah, you and your cousins played that for years, yo. Yo, that game was ahead of its time, man. That game was ahead of its time. Yeah, we've gotten so far off topic here. It was perfect. It was flawless. It was so much fun, man. It was so much fun. Like that's back when like me and my brother would like play a lot. Like we would game together a lot, a lot, a lot. This has been a great stream to be honest. I mean, you guys already know. Like tomorrow is gonna, you know, we're pretty much back to business. I mean, granted, I have a chill stream anyways, but you know, tomorrow we're back to business with testing a bunch of stuff and whatnot. So like you guys know we're gonna be doing a lot of, you know, a lot of stuff tomorrow for sure. You stole your brother. This was so much cooler. Oh, it's true. What time PTR gonna be up? In about between 7 to 12 hours, roughly. I have not checked out the new X-Men 97 yet. Decoy has been getting on me for it, but I have yet to do so. I need to. I need to. Yeah, we just chilling. We got to take a break from grounding anyways. Yeah. I mean, do know that from tomorrow to the following Tuesday, like you know, it's business. We're grinding. We're chilling, but we're grinding. The Seth, what's going on, man? Appreciate the follow. Judge Dredd, Best Watchman. New patch notes. We got some new datamine stuff. Courtesy of Wowhead. So we were kind of talking about that, and there was some extremely good uniques and stuff that I can't wait to test or whatever. Did you guys at Maxroll get an advanced look at the PTR changes by chance before the notes were posted? That is, I would say this. Even if we did, I couldn't say we did. But the answer this time around is no. So we were just as surprised as everyone else was. But now, when it comes to patch notes and stuff like that, no outlet gets like priority in terms of notes, if that makes sense, because then that would give one outlet an advantage over another in terms of news and like those kind of stuff. So Blizzard doesn't do it. Now what they might do is they might like give some like, you know, some tidbits to like the Diablo partners per se, but the partners might be part of different outlets or whatever, but they won't like single out a certain outlet or company or whatever and say, here, you know, hey, this is what we got going on. They won't ever do that. So that's me being as transparent as I possibly can be with that. How does PTR work? Like what level do you start? You can boost yourself to 100 basically. Like you get like a free boost to 100. Or this time around, I think we actually get to we get to transfer our characters over. So we have to get to use our current season characters in the PTR. So that's going to make testing a lot quicker and better. You said you found the changes were from a design point of view. Though some address the challenge with skills that need adjusting. I can't say this though, Bozon. I can't say this. I think I can be transparent with this. I will say that the Diablo 4 team has gotten bigger in terms of like teams from different games have stopped doing certain things on the games that they were a part of and have been helping out the D4 team crank out stuff. That's why we've actually gotten considerably more content ish or like considerably more things in season 4 in general and also going into season 5. So you can, I think if you can read between the lines, you can see that some of these unique affixes and legendary aspects have influence from developers that worked on previous games. I think that's probably like the most obvious I can make it. So yeah. Yep. But it also explains why we're getting so much. Like why there seems to be a lot of things like happening. Like, it's like, wow, why weren't they cranking out this type of production before? Well, it's like because they've now pulled in, other teams from different games to solely work on Diablo 4 and things. So but that's all I can like kind of say with that. I guess I need to get up and walk. It's been a little while. So I'm gonna get up and walk, grab me a drink, and I'll be right back. Oh, the color temperature changed a lot with that light. There's a whole different color temperature. I went from 5K to 4K. But it's brighter. So the light's a little bit better. We're definitely gonna have to change something up real quick. Hold up. I grabbed me a brownie and like something to drink too as well. Let's fix this real quick. There we go. All right. Got a lot of red in there, man. That was. There we go. That's a natural looking. As if my lo-fi playlist is hitting tonight. Yeah, man. I'm actually just kind of just enjoying the company, man. I know we haven't done anything. We haven't done like legit, not a single thing. Let's see, filters, chroma key. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Looking good. Do we have a start time? Do I know what time PTR starts? PTR will start in about 6.5 hours, between 6.5 to 11.5 hours, basically. Remember, Blizzard right now is asleep, so it is 12:23 a.m. Blizzard time. By the way, are +4 puncture pants useful for any build? I mean, no. I mean, I'd probably take it for some fun side things, but I don't think anybody would want it. I would though. Yo, my Shank Rogue is gonna be better next patch. Boazon. Blaze Shift's getting a buff, and along with some other things, Shank Rogue is gonna be pretty fun. But he had another puncture build going a few days back. Was it puncture? Or was it Andarios? Like, was it a poison build? Pretty sure it was like Andes. No, Shank Rogue. Sorry, Bozon. So Shank, like Shank, like stab. Shank is like a slang for stab. So Blaze Shift is what I call it. So it's like a blaze. It's a Blaze Shift build, which is basically Heartseeker victimized, but with Blaze Shift. It's actually a lot of fun. So you just go around stabbing stuff, and volatile shadows. You use volatile shadows because you're really close. So you're just like blowing up all your shadows or whatever. Not that it does a lot of damage, but it just feels and looks super cool. And it gives you like vulnerable proc or whatever. That kind of helps. Victimize is getting nerfed on PTR and EFO. Victimize double dipping is getting removed. But they're also giving Victimize plus 50% more damage. Or giving 50% damage of it back over. So it ends up being like roughly like a 30% nerf overall, which isn't really much at all. That's like remove an aspect. Like just remove like a good aspect, and then you kind of get an idea of what Victimize is or what Heartseeker is gonna feel like. Yeah, my info said 23% to 61. That's still so. Yeah, I mean that's good. That's good. Like base, that's good. I was thinking like I think someone was thinking like 34%, like 23 to 34%, like a yeah, that's like really good. Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean that's The thing is that Heartseeker is gonna feel a lot better. Like what people don't realize is that Heartseeker was very sporadic in this damage. Like you either dealt a ton of damage because you triggered all your double dipping, or you dealt very little damage because you triggered none of it. So like with the double dipping being removed, it actually feels better to play. It's going to feel better to play in general. Because your damage is gonna feel more even across the board. And then they buffed the biz. So now Heartseeker is gonna feel good. Like good, and not like, holy hell, there's my, my Heartseeker credit for like 27 million, where, but then like,
Yo, dog son, we
without
just
the
got
double dipping the crit
raided,
for like
son.
$1 million or $2 million,
You know how we do.
You got a
Drop
raid,
my
but
new
I
beat
can't
for
find my
these
glasses
new
though.
viewers.
Where my glasses at? Oh, what a fail. Wait. I got it. We'll catch the last half. Sheezy out. What is up, sir?
Damien
Thank you for the
Studio
raid.
rated my stream with 5 views.
How's it going? Yeah, sorry, I only got like half the dance in there. Usually I can get more. But yeah, I had a brownie in my hand. We're honestly just like chilling. We're just kind of talking about the game and like what we're expecting to see in the PTR patch or whatnot. So we're all pretty excited about what's coming. Raid again. It's like, yo, hit the stream button and go raid again. I'm ready this time. I'm ready. Got my glasses right here. I'm ready, yo. But yeah, so Heartseeker is gonna feel better. Not only is it gonna feel better, but it's gonna deal way more damage next season because of all the new stuff that's happening. So everybody's afraid that Heartseeker is gonna die. Is gonna be very surprised to see that it's practically probably back on top again. Yeah. But I think all the rogue builds, including like Pinshot, Rapid Fire, and Andy's, like pretty much like all 4 of those builds are eating good. And then Flurry is gonna, come up a couple of tiers. Do I prefer 1 follower versus 1 wasted? I knew you was sipping on something, man. I knew you was sipping on something. You wouldn't tell me what it was though, but I knew you was sipping on something. A new aspect that pulls everything together. That's really good. I feel like that's kind of like borderline busted, to be honest with you. At what point would you not want that every 2 seconds? Especially if it crowd controls them. Like if it like, I don't say staggers them, but like if it like kind of like knocks them down or like makes them like immobilized for a short period of time, or it knocks them down when they like, obviously they won't be in animation when they get pulled, right? Like they're not going to be in animation shooting you while they're pulled. And it's happened every 2 seconds. So like that's kind of nutty. Like why wouldn't anyone take that, especially since you're gaining a damage bonus of 10% as well. So it's like, all right, Bozon. As always, man, appreciate you stopping by. Always good to see you. What's the recipe from the brownies? Actually, I got it for free from Domino's. I had some points or whatever, so I redeemed the, I think it's like the marble brownies or whatever. Anyone have any idea about P116 bosses stop taking poison damage at 30-40% range? Because once you stagger them 3 times, then it takes forever to stagger them again. So basically you're not really doing any damage until you stagger them. That's kind of what's happening. So some bosses just have more hit points than others, and then maybe you might not have how all your multipliers up during the staggers for one boss, but you did a different boss. So there's a lot of different variances as to why one boss might have taken a lot longer than a different boss. So not all bosses are equal. So if you get someone, so that's another thing. So that's why your damage or your kill speed on bosses can vary quite a bit, just depending on like if you got your maximum value out of each stagger. Then it also depends on the boss you fight. You want another recipe? Well, I don't know the recipe. I have no idea. How close in value are max and life per second? Oh no, max life is way better. Always max life. Like not even a it's like not even a conversation. Above average nerd. What's up, man? How does it fix this different? Well, max life is just more life, like a bigger health pool. Life per second is you're gaining, like you're healing X amount of life per second. Way different. So you have less life if you go life per second, but you're healing that little bit of value. But the problem is that we have so much health that healing 142 life per second when you have 70,000 health, it's like it's going to take you until like next year before you're fully healed. So like, what's the point? See what I'm saying? Sob, yes. Basically, yes. How much of a priority is to get Scoundrels, Chris? Pretty big. Like major, I would say major priority. These browns are good. Meltis, what's going on, man? But no, you guys got any other questions about Rogue or anything, or going forward? Maybe the PTR. I'm looking forward to. Actually, what are you guys looking forward to the most in the PTR? For me, it's the new content. I hope the new end game mode or whatever is like a lot of fun to play. How hard was Barrage build nerf? Not at all. Why would Barrage get nerfed? No rogue builds got nerfed per se, except victimized builds, but they compensated most of that, so it's not really much of a nerf at all. It's like 20 to 30% nerf, if that. You was told it was nerfed? No, it was not nerfed. Nope, Barrage was not nerfed. Barrage has gotten buffs ever since. Yeah, Barrage was never nerfed. Throughout all of D4's life cycle, Barrage has never got nerfed. I look for season 6 and the new story or the expansion. Sick Prodigy, you say you're looking forward to the new aspects. I just want to play a sword that's OP for a little bit. Play now, man. Play now. Play your Infinite Flame Shield, Immortal Sword now while you can, while you got to. You're sorry about the Exploit Glyphs buff? Wait, Exploit Glyph is getting buff? Like the glyph? Brush only got quote unquote nerfed during the to boss build. Okay, that's fair. That's kind of fair. Above average nerd. I don't want to play that style though. You sir have earned like 10 cool points with me. Average nerd. Because I'm the same way. I don't want to play that either. I am 100% with you, man. Exploit weakness. The exploit weakness legendary node. Not the glyph. You can leave a muffin alone. It's a brownie. Is any rogue getting buffed still, Pog? It kind of needs it. If it's gonna keep up with Heartseeker, it kind of needs more buffs right now. It's good, right? But I think Heartseeker probably got the biggest W's in terms of the datamine is concerned. Like it's kind of strange to me because, like, I think it was okay that one season you kind of have basic attacks kind of like shine and stuff, but to kind of see it be more dominant or create additional ones to continue to be like that dominant or pretty dominant, I guess. I don't say that dominant, but pretty dominant. Kind of surprises me. I'm surprised they didn't do more for core related skills. You eat it in such a mannered way. Did you say the new exploit weakness node? You said they're gonna be good or ultra bad? Worst case scenario, Pichu, it'll be almost as good as it was before. Because I mean, if it executes non-elites or whatever, like it will execute trash or whatever after X amount of stacks or whatever. I mean, it's okay, but I think most builds will probably have like no problems really killing the trash like that. I mean, if you're sitting there like poking at an elite for a little bit, all the trash around you is dead anyway. And in some cases, you actually want the trash to be alive, so therefore you can get more procs of other stuff. So I think executing the trash all at once may not necessarily be beneficial for something like let's say pen shot or whatever, where you want more mobs to shoot your pen shot through or whatever. Or if you're playing Barrage, you want more ricochets. So like, I think honestly, it probably is like a net. It'll probably end up being a net nerf for like serious like pushes or whatever. I saw this group live, by the way. This K-pop group. Not like I went to go see them, but they were at BlizzCon. So I saw them like in person or whatever. They're actually very good performers. But then again, of course, you know, Korean. So like, is there any group that doesn't perform like well? Be honest. Blackpink, no, it's not Blackpink. Is it like is it Lay Seraphim? Lay Seraphim? I can never pronounce that right. Seraphim? So what's the difference between yours and Woody Joe's Barrage build? Well, Woody Joe's is, I think Woody Joe's main Barrage build is Poison, right? Which is crowd control. So that's like inner sight, or spam Barrage Poison. The one on Maxroll is Barrage is a combo point cold. And I would say this, like any build that I do on Maxroll, I don't take credit for it. Like it's not necessarily my build. Understand that like any build that I do on Maxroll or any build that anyone does on Maxroll, it's not necessarily their build. It's we designed it for the players that we know are going to be playing these builds. So when someone says like my build, it's like it's not necessarily my build. Like I would play a little bit differently, but I also got to think about who I'm writing for. If that makes sense. So like the build that I wrote for Maxroll is cold imbuement combo points related, where it's based off of burst damage. Mr. Pimp, when you're gonna make a TED TV build, I will on PTR. I actually need to make another rogue. So I'm gonna boost the third rogue, like boost the third rogue to 100, so I can like play with different key passives or whatever. So I'm not like constantly switching out gear between rogues or whatever. So I'll have like a different rogue for every build on PTR. At least that's the plan. What about now? I actually kind of don't even want to play right now. Like, it's not that I don't want to play. It's just that I'm so my mind is set on the PTR now. Like I'm just ready to just jump in and blast after just kind of having a chill night. Because I'm gonna be playing a lot this week. The Cobretti was going on. Death Track Rogue then. It's sad that our ultimates are still bad. Although you can make a Rain of Arrows build. Like Rain of Arrows is gonna be okay. Not. Am I gonna play hardcore on PTR? No. That would seem like a bad idea and kind of not worth. Like if the idea is to test, then it just doesn't really make any sense to like lose your characters for testing. I mean, I guess you can just make another one and boost it, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of hardcore, right? It's like, oh, you lost your character. Okay, I'll boost the next character to 100, and then open up a bunch of packs or whatever, and now I'm back like 30 minutes later. Like you just kind of just reduce the whole, penalty for hardcore to begin with. You bet that was going on. Season 5 Flurry love all the way. It's gonna be better for sure. Appreciate the sub, man. 13 months in a row. I keep saying I'm gonna give me some more sub badges, but I keep like not getting it done. Make it all trap road. No, but seriously though, you can actually make an arrow like a Rain of Arrows, Arrow Storm rogue type thing. Like that would be a thing. It won't be like meta by any means, but at least it'll be possible. Like you can literally farm some Helltide and Nightmare Dungeons or whatever. Literally just doing Rain of Arrows and Arrow Storm for the most part. Moody was there crafting the smoke grenade spam rogue. Would he be able to give him the cooldown reduction to do that? Probably through tempers, right? If they get smoke grenade cooldown reduction on tempers. Probably masterwork cooldown reduction on like a Shaco, because the cooldown reduction on the Shaco is different than like a normal legendary. So such a first cooldown. Okay. You know, when PTR will be accessible, when Blizzard wakes up, like when they're actually at work, and then they, you know, do the testing to make sure that the PTR build actually works, and then they'll try to deploy it before lunch. If it works out, we'll have it early. If it still got some bugs, they'll deploy it at the lunch. But right now, it is 12:47 a.m. Blizzard time, so we got some time. They're asleep. why every bother class can't be like rogue? I'm so addicted to play rogues. I'm kind of like I'm kind of that way too as well. Like I have a hard time like trying to want to play other classes. Like I'll play sword sometimes. I mean to make a druid, but I never get around to it. I swear. Yeah, also -5 seconds CDs if you hit a boss elite. Yeah, but I mean, the thing about it is that if you're gonna spam smoke grenade, then you're gonna be hitting a trash mob at some point. I mean, are you gonna just fight elites the entire time? But yeah, I mean, I guess you could do smoke grenade arrow storm. I guess build since it or is he gonna do like a smoke grenade build? The new mythic uniques too. I haven't seen any. None that were datamine. I'm sure there probably will be, but none of the datamine stuff has picked up any Uber. That'd be kind of interesting though. I think he'll want to like increase grenade size though. My thing is that the -5 grenade on bosses and elites, is that per elite or just a one-time thing? I guess play other builds just to level up and get the sparks, and then you delete. That sounds like good. To be honest, new rogue uniques looks good. They're very good, man. They're very good. I'm surprised they didn't data mine the dagger. Why wouldn't the dagger? Or why didn't the dagger show up in like the data mine? I mean, we know what it is, but I'm surprised we didn't see it. Unless they just removed the dagger. Let's say they just probably used the okay, yeah, maybe not. It'd be nice to have an overlay of like the world boss and all that stuff too as well, like a little indicator, like UI indicator or something. Say daggers on rogue uniques. Oh, there. Yeah, I guess I didn't scroll down far enough. I didn't even see these. So wait a minute. Oh, these are yeah. Okay, so any class is gonna work. Okay, got it. Okay, no wonder. I was wondering. I was like, why didn't I see these two? Okay, yeah, I didn't see this. So plus ranks to Dark Shroud. Wow, and you get Shadow Resistance. Okay, so I guess realize the wording in this. Casting Dark Shroud makes you immune for 3 seconds. So that means you have to have it on your bar. So I mean, there'll be no Umbrus basically, right? Everybody was saying that this unique was gonna be like GG. When people on my season like on my stream saying that like 2 days ago, everyone was saying, yo, this is gonna be like OP as hell, right? Everybody's like, oh yeah, this is gonna be OP as hell. I'm just like, I don't know. Remember? And I was like, I don't know. But getting the dark shroud, like I think the stats are actually aren't that bad. Like these two are actually really good to have. Because I mean, you're automatically getting dark shroud on here, without having to find a dark shroud chest. But I think having to cast dark shroud, um, considering the cooldown of dark shroud. Now, granted, you do have like ways to reduce your cooldown of dark shroud, right? Like you can kind of like get tempers and whatever that kind of reduce your dark shroud cooldown, but I think I don't know if it's a sacrifice necessary. But I think at the same time though, like I think more players would care less about this and more about this. So technically speaking, you can still run Umbrus and just literally just just ignore this part. Does that evade go over the movement to movement? I mean, they give you so much movement speed. Will it go over the cap? I don't know, but I mean, it'd be neat if it did. What's the best rogue class at the moment? The best rogue class? Uh, I'd probably say Barbarian, most likely. Barbarian is the best rogue class. It'd be nice if he said if he gained 5 dark shrouds, you get immunity. You probably meant best rogue build, right, Kim say? I'm just I'm I'm just giving you shit, man. You mean the best rogue build? Is that what you meant, Kim say? There's a different pool aspect that might be better in the chest. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is different though. Oh, the Heartseeker. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Rogue has 4 really good builds. You got Heartseeker and Darius, um, Rapid Fire and Pen Shot are probably your top 4. I think you can pretty much pick from any of those in terms of like playstyle. I think Heartseeker is probably the flavor of the month or flavor of the season. It also has like the highest push potential possibly. However, Pin Shot is kind of seemingly seen to be taking that crown currently. So maybe not. And Darius is probably the best speed farmer. Um, so I mean, honestly, it's just play style. Like you have to kind of like look at the builds and kind of see what you want to play. But you gotta evading while Dark Shroud is active. I think it depends on how big this pool is, honestly. We'll call you bestie, not not you call. Is it okay to post a link? Yeah, that's fine. Until Twitch gets on my case again. Yeah, above average nerd. I've been telling people Pinshot was good, man. No, just no one plays it. The problem is that you have to have really good you have to have really good gear for it. So people are looking at the 151 clear, thinking, "Damn, I should play Pinshot," right? Not realizing that the guy is paid real money for that. Like that's some real money gear, right? Like I mean, that is what it is. That's why we call it Chinese gear, right? It's Chinese gear. But like, granted, regardless, even though it is Chinese gear, that's still a really good clear for Pinshot. Like that's a fantastic clear for Pinshot. But I don't think anyone looking at that should be like, I'm gonna build a Pinshot build now, based off of gear that is like far out of their range to be able to obtain. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're about to put some you're about to put some money down or some serious amount of gold and time. Do we think active means the time after casting the skill, or just if you have Dark Shroud? I honestly think it's as long as Dark Shroud is active. So like as long as the shrouds are around you, because otherwise it would say evading while Dark Shroud is on cooldown or something, right? Like I think Dark Shroud is active means that it should work off of Umbrous Dark Shrouds. Pinshot is almost impossible to gear for it. It is difficult. I tried to put together like a bootleg Pinshot. It did not work out that well. I was nowhere near optimized, but I kind of just wanted to play it, and I realized that it just wasn't hitting, man. But a lot of it had to do with the fact that I just didn't have good gear for it. What build do you recommend you get a Harlequin Crest? Well, I mean, Harlequin Crest can fit in many different builds. I mean, it fits in basically all rogue builds except for Andes and Poison Barrage. I guess you could fit in a Poison Barrage too. Yeah, so except Andes. So if you got a Shaco, I mean, probably your best bet and easiest route to go right now, Kim say, is a Heartseeker. Anyways, yeah. I don't really know how I feel about the chest. I think I was still kind of on the fence about it when I first read it. I want to see how far this pulls though. But considering that we already have a pull aspect that we can just throw on the boots or whatever, like is there any reason to really do like a chest? And I really don't want to put Dark Shroud on my bar, and nor do I want to like sit there and try to get Dark Shroud cooldown or whatever. Like, there's so many other good stuff to go for it that I don't want to go for this. So I don't know. I'm not necessarily feeling this unique as much, but I would try it because I am interested in like what this pool looks like. But this though. At first I was like meh about it until I realized that the hitting the totem is any damage. So against bosses, this is gonna be like fantastic. Because then as long as the victimize, like let's say you go on Heartseeker or pin shot, right? As long as the Heartseeker or pin shot hits the totem, or victimize hits the totem, then that victimize whatever damage that is that you hit from, like let's say the minions or whatever, is going to like full value against the boss time. So this is this could be pretty decent. We'll see. Heartseeker becoming a spinner will be interesting. Oh yeah. So yeah, I am gonna go after this unique dagger as well. Also has some vulnerable damage and dexterity on it, so not bad. And this can be useful for like having the sword, like the new sword. Basic attack sword. Just hit the actual enemy for hunger resistant effectiveness. Well, I mean, the thing is you know what I mean. I see the kappa, but you know what I mean. Yeah, but we got a lot to test tomorrow, guys. We're gonna go over things, and hopefully I'm gonna make some videos, YouTube videos, probably gameplay videos. I'm not gonna do any build guides. I think build guides for PTR is quite stupid in my opinion, because obviously things are going to change. So from PTR to live. So I think what I would end up doing is I'll probably do some gameplay videos from stream to showcase some things, and then I might talk about the build, but I won't do like a build guide. If Maxroll has the planners updated with the new uniques and stats or whatever, then like I will obviously have it in the planner too. But yeah, I think most of what I would do in PTR is basically gameplay videos and be like, yo, this is busted, right? And then just like show some gameplay footage of the stream or whatever, because then those are easy videos to make. You say Equipment has your favorite album. Please tell me you've heard Mad Villainy. I have. Well, the reason why I go, like Equipment was like my favorite my favorite album was because it was one of the first albums I ever had from hip hop or whatever. I think Jay-Z's Hard Knock Life Volume 2 was the very first album I rap album I actually listened to. I didn't get into hip hop until like later on. Like we're talking about like middle school or whatnot, because both of my parents kind of grew up very strict in terms of like Christian, like very very Christian household, but they were divorced, so they had two different. So like they lived separate. They had two different religions. Like basically, my mom was apostolic and my dad was Baptist. So like, but they both had their own like very kind of like sort of strict ways of going things. So I couldn't even listen to hip hop at all whatsoever until like my brother kind of snuck in the Jay-Z CD kind of sort of thing. And then I ended up getting my hands on Outcast of Criminal. I don't know how I got it. That was like my first self-owned CD. I listened to that on repeat like every day, like the entire album, like every day for months. Speaking of which, Rosa Parks is on right now. We the type of people make the crowd get crunk. To the players, for these players, the way was absent. We take the Dungeon family like grade A. We stab in every city and we head into that bat cave, ATL Georgia. What are you gonna do for ya? But nah. How much of a difference would you say the impact of cooldown reduction as GA would make for a rogue? It's 12%. Depends on the build. Heartseeker, probably not much because you don't really nothing in Heartseeker do you. Well, I won't say nothing, but like most of your stuff on Heartseeker isn't really cooldown based. So like I mean, it will kind of help you, you know, maybe go from point A to point B a little faster because you have a little bit more cooldown reduction. But it's not a big deal at all. It's not something that you go after and you seek by any means. Got to the station in my destination. You got off the bus, the conversation looking in my head for hours. Took a shower, kind of sour, because my favorite group ain't coming with it. But I'm with it, because you're probably going through it anyways. But anyhow, when in doubt, went on in and bought it, because I thought it would be jamming, but it's flaming off the Walski. Sad and it's costly, but that's all she wrote. And I hope I never have to float in that boat up shit creek. It's the last quote that I want to hear when I'm going down. When all said and done, and we got a new Joe in town. When the record player get the skipping and slowing down. But until then, have I checked the changes to Bash Temper? How much do you think Bash is nerfed? I mean, quite a bit, but you also got grandfather buff too. So I don't really know how much of an offset that is. But it seems like Barbs are pretty happy about that. He said, Feature just saw it, that gear. Holy shit. He said, yeah, guy was really looking to farm all those gear. It's GF buff. All right. But I think that's it for me, guys. I appreciate you guys kind of hanging out. I know we didn't do any gameplay at all whatsoever. But we did talk about the what was it? Feature. We did talk about the what was it? The datamine stuff. The datamine stuff looks sick. I mean, absolutely crazy for Rogue. So I'm excited to try all the new things out. I do hope the content is challenging with the new stuff. Don't really know how that's gonna really end out. Just hope we're not just like one-shotting things over and over again. Like there'll be some sort of resistance, but I do want to feel stronger. Like who doesn't want to feel stronger? But yeah. So just note that starting tomorrow, we will be blasting a lot, but I will have my normal stream hours. So I'll probably start around 9 o'clock Eastern time, standard time. But I'll probably stream for a good probably not 9 or 10 hours probably each night this week, so we can kind of cover as much as we can on Rogue. Test as much as we possibly can, find out all the cool things we possibly can. I will try to put out some videos, probably like one video per build or something, just as a showcase. I won't do any guides, just like I said. On PTR, stuff changes. So, as you guys remember, the whole Elemental Surge thing for Rogue on PTR that never made it live. You guys remember that? And some other stuff that never made it live on Rogue. So I guess I want to put a whole guide and people get like excited and like expecting to be like, oh yeah, I'm playing that build when it comes out, and it's like we don't know what it's gonna be when it comes out, right? Like we just don't know. So with that being said, I will do gameplay vids if I can get that out there. But make sure you stay tuned, because like I said, we're doing all things Rogue all week. And let's go find someone to rate out to. Who's doing the thing? It's pretty slim tonight in terms of my friends list there. Guess everybody's resting up for PTR tomorrow, which makes sense. Yo, let's go to Yope. Yope 77. I think someone was trying to tell me to go to Yope 777 the other night. His title, it says bait title. Yeah, we're definitely going there. Yeah, I'm interested. I wanna know what his stream is about with that title. All right, I think I've rated him before, but it was like a while ago. You'll DM me in a bit. Still need to render. Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks, Peachin. We'll get that fixed for sure. I just need evidence, right? I don't have any evidence 'cause I haven't played it, so I can say all I want and be like, you know. But that will help. That will help for sure. But anyhow, enjoy yo. See y'all tomorrow night. As we blast through the PTR. Super stoked for the new content. As always, till next time.